I still replay that day in my mind sometimes, especially when the quiet of my own home gets too loud. I was 27 then, a solid 6 years out of college, working in marketing for a small tech firm in the city. My life was pretty ordinary, focused on deadlines and weekend plans. Nothing really extraordinary ever happened to me, which looking back was probably why I was so blindsided. This isn't a story about me, not really, but it's a story I was tangled up in. A story that still gives me chills even now, years later. It started with Clara. Clara was my older sister by a good 5 years. She was always the adventurous one, the free spirit, the kind of person who'd rather spend a week camping in the wilderness than an hour in a shopping mall. We were different, but we had a bond, a history only sisters understand. She lived a few hours north of me, tucked away in a small cabin in the Redwood Valley, not entirely off-grid, but pretty close. Her nearest neighbor was a good mile down a winding dirt road, and the closest town was a 30-minute drive. She loved it, said the solitude cleared her head, made her feel alive. Me, I liked my city lights and reliable Wi-Fi. This particular October, Clara had called me, bubbling with excitement. She was planning to hike the old Whispering Pines Trail, a route infamous for its stunning views and its unforgiving remoteness. "It's perfect, Sarah," she chirped. "The leaves are turning and the tourist season's over. I'll have the whole mountain to myself." I remember my stomach twisting a little. "Alone, Clara, are you sure? That trail can be tricky even in good weather." She laughed, her voice light. "Don't be such a worrywart. I've done it 100 times. Besides, I'm only going for a couple of days. Just enough time to clear my head before I buckle down on my art project." I had my own work commitments that week, a big presentation looming, so I couldn't join her even if I wanted to, which truthfully I didn't. Hiking wasn't my thing. Still, I felt that familiar twinge of responsibility, the older sister instinct, even though she was the older sister. "Promise me you'll call when you get back," I asked, a silly request given how spotty cell service was out there. "Of course, little sister," she'd said, and that was the last normal conversation we ever had. 2 days later, the call didn't come. I wasn't too worried at first. Clara often lost track of time, or her phone battery died, or she just didn't feel like talking after being immersed in nature. That was Clara, but by the third morning of Friday, annoying unease started to set in. It was a cold, foggy morning in the city, the kind that makes you want to stay in bed, but my mind was racing. I tried calling her cabin phone, no answer. Her cell went straight to voicemail. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she decided to extend her trip. Maybe she stopped at a friend's place on the way back, but the silence felt different this time. It felt heavy. I remember pacing my small apartment, the scent of stale coffee clinging to the air, my heart starting to drum an irregular beat. I pulled up the weather forecast for her area. Clear skies, no excuses there. That afternoon, a call came through, not from Clara, but from a number I didn't recognize. It was Officer Miller from the county sheriff's department near Clara's cabin. His voice was flat, professional. "Ms. Hayes, we found your sister's car at the Whispering Pines trailhead. There's been an incident." My blood ran cold. Incident. The word hung in the air, heavy and dark. He asked if I knew when she was supposed to be back. I told him. He asked about anyone she might have been hiking with. I told him she went alone. Then he asked very gently if Clara had ever struggled with depression or had talked about harming herself. I remember a sharp, indignant no escaping my lips before I could think. Clara, never. She was too full of life, too vibrant. "Well," he said, and I could hear the hesitation, "we found something else. A voice message. It was left on her cell phone, time-stamped just a few hours ago." My breath hitched. A voice message. Now, after all this time, my mind reeled. Why now? Why a message instead of a call? And if they found her phone, why wasn't she answering? "We think you should hear it," Officer Miller continued, his voice softer now. It's not good, Ms. Hayes. We believe it might be a suicide note." The world tilted. Suicide, Clara? It made no sense. But the officer's words, the gravity in his tone, they were like a sudden, chilling gust of wind through a cracked window, letting in a cold, silent dread that settled deep in my bones. And then he played it. The sound of her voice, calm, almost serene, played through the phone. But as her words flowed, my mind, already hyperalert with fear, latched onto something else, something subtle, almost imperceptible beneath her steady voice. A faint, distant thump. It was just a tiny flicker of sound, easily dismissed, but it registered, a tiny, unsettling scratch against the otherwise perfectly composed goodbye. The words echoed in my ears, bouncing off the walls of my small apartment like trapped birds. Suicide note. But Clara, the image of her, vibrant and alive, hiking through the wilderness, scoffing at danger, mocked the very idea. My sister who lived to conquer mountains, not succumb to them. It was impossible. My mind latched onto the only shred of dissonance in that chilling message, the thump. It was so faint, almost imaginary, but it was there. A jarring note in the otherwise perfect symphony of her farewell. "No," I choked out, my voice raw, a desperate plea rather than a statement. "No, Officer Miller, you're wrong. Clara would never." There was a sound underneath her voice, a thump. There was a beat of silence on the other end, then a sigh heavy with an almost paternal weariness. "Ms. Hayes, we've reviewed the recording multiple times. What you heard was likely just ambient noise. Wind, a branch falling, the phone shifting. She was in a remote area." "It wasn't ambient noise," I insisted, my voice rising. It was specific, it sounded like something being dropped or someone else was there. The thought, once whispered in the back of my mind, now screamed for attention, someone else. Ms. Hayes, I understand this is incredibly difficult, Miller said, his tone still even maddeningly calm. But statistically, with the location, the nature of the message, and the fact that she was alone, everything points towards a tragic self-inflicted incident. We found her backpack neatly packed near the car. Her hiking boots were inside. It's consistent with someone preparing to leave everything behind. Her boots were inside, my brow furrowed. But she was hiking, she wouldn't have been without her boots. A new wave of unease washed over me, stronger than the first. Clara, the meticulous planner, the seasoned hiker, never went anywhere without her gear. Yes, Miss Hayes, her hiking boots and her smaller daypack were found in the trunk of her car. Only her phone was missing from the car, which was later found on a rock near the trailhead, set to record. It appeared she had walked a short distance from her vehicle, leaving the phone, then continued on foot. My mind raced. This didn't fit. Clara would have worn her boots, not left them in the car. What about footprints? Did you find any? The ground around the trailhead is hard-packed dirt and loose rock, difficult to get clear prints, Miller explained. What little we found were consistent with her own trail shoes, not her heavier hiking boots. The area is also quite trafficked, even this time of year, making it harder to distinguish. Trail shoes, I repeated, my voice hollow. Clara hated her trail shoes for anything more than a quick walk to the mailbox. For the Whispering Pines Trail, even a short distance, she would have worn her rugged hiking boots. She was practically obsessive about proper foot protection. My gut twisted tighter. Officer Miller, I need to be there. I'm coming up. I understand, Ms. Hayes. We'll be at the sheriff's office in Redwood Creek. That's about 30 minutes from the trailhead. When you arrive, ask for me. We can discuss the next steps. He paused. I'm very sorry for your loss. The line went dead, leaving me in the chilling silence of my apartment, the ghost of Clara's serene voice and the haunting thump still reverberating in my ears. Sorry for my loss. He'd already decided. They all had, but I hadn't. Clara wasn't gone, not like that. I snatched my keys, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. There was no time for grief, only action. I threw a small duffel bag with a change of clothes and toiletries into the passenger seat of my old sedan. The drive, usually a few hours, felt interminable. The city lights faded behind me, replaced by the deepening twilight of the countryside. As I drove north, the fog thickened, a soft, oppressive blanket that mirrored the suffocating dread in my chest. The familiar landscape of rolling hills and vineyards slowly gave way to denser forests, the trees looming like silent, ancient sentinels. Each mile brought me closer to the unsettling truth, or perhaps to a truth that was still shrouded in mystery. The Redwood Creek Sheriff's Office was a small, unassuming building, tucked behind the town's only gas station. It was late evening by the time I pulled into the dimly lit parking lot. A single fluorescent light hummed inside, casting a sickly yellow glow. Officer Miller, a man with tired eyes and a face etched with the weary lines of years spent witnessing human tragedy, met me at the door. He was shorter than I'd imagined, but his presence was solid, unyielding. Ms. Hayes, he said, offering a curt nod, thank you for coming. Thank you for calling, I replied, my voice hoarse. Can you tell me everything from the beginning? He led me into a small, sterile interview room. The air was heavy with the scent of stale coffee and cleaning supplies. He sat opposite me, his hands clasped on the table. We received a call yesterday morning from a local ranger. He reported an abandoned vehicle at the Whispering Pines trailhead belonging to Clara Hayes. He recognized the car, apparently, as your sister was a frequent visitor to the trail. And the car was locked. Yes, no signs of forced entry, everything seemed normal, apart from being there longer than usual. When the ranger realized it hadn't moved for 2 days, he contacted us. Miller continued, we ran the plates, identified your sister, and located her cabin. When we checked the cabin, we found it undisturbed. No signs of a struggle, no notes, nothing to indicate anything out of the ordinary except your sister wasn't there. Then we returned to the trailhead, initiated a search. That's when we found the phone, perched on a rock, set to record. The time stamp indicated it was left about 2 days prior, just a few hours after she was last seen. So it was left there recording for 2 days. My mind tried to grasp the logistics. Why wouldn't she just call or leave a note? Miller frowned slightly. That's one of the things that's puzzling. It implies a deliberate act, a desire for the message to be found, but not immediately, almost as if she wanted a delay before it was discovered. And you're certain it's a suicide note? I pressed, my voice thin. He nodded slowly. Ms. Hayes, the content of the message itself is very explicit. Her calm demeanor, the words she used, it leaves little room for doubt. He leaned forward, his gaze direct. And unfortunately, this isn't an isolated incident. The Whispering Pines Trail has seen its share of tragedies over the years, the remoteness, the sheer drops. It attracts those looking for a final piece or a way to disappear. My heart clenched, but Clara wasn't like that. She loved life. She was planning an art project. She was excited. People can hide their pain remarkably well, Ms. Hayes. Sometimes the most vibrant among us are struggling the most. Miller's voice was gentle, but his words felt like a cold stone in my stomach. What about the search? Did you find anything else? We've had search and rescue teams out since yesterday morning, covering the main trail, exploring ravines and off-trail areas. The terrain is very challenging, dense forest, steep inclines, and deep canyons. Visibility is poor in some areas, even without the fog. So far, nothing. Nothing, my voice was barely a whisper. No sign. He shook his head. Not yet, but we'll continue. We're bringing in more resources tomorrow, including a K9 unit. Can I go to her cabin? I asked, a sudden need to be in her space, to find some tangible connection to her, overriding all other thoughts. Yes, of course, it's still a crime scene technically until we rule out foul play, but it's largely undisturbed. Just don't touch anything you don't have to. He handed me a key. Here's a spare. We found it hidden under a loose rock near the front porch. Your sister was quite particular about keeping a spare accessible. As he spoke, something in his words snagged my attention. Crime scene, but you just said it was a suicide. Miller cleared his throat. We operate under a broad protocol, Ms. Hayes. Until we have conclusive evidence, we keep all options open. But I must be honest, the evidence we have strongly points to one conclusion. We haven't found anything to suggest otherwise at the cabin. I took the key, my fingers trembling slightly. What about her art project? Did you see it? We saw some canvases, paints, sketches, he replied. Nothing out of the ordinary. She seemed to be working on a landscape series from what I could gather. Very peaceful, very evocative. Peaceful, evocative, just like her voice on the recording, but it didn't fit the thumping sound. It couldn't. I need to go, I said, standing abruptly. The stillness of the room was stifling. I needed air, needed to move, needed to feel like I was doing something. Miller stood as well. I'll give you directions. It's a bit of a drive, especially in the dark. Be careful on the dirt roads. Cell service is unreliable out there. He paused at the door. Ms. Hayes, if you find anything at all, no matter how small, you call me immediately. Even if it seems insignificant, my number's on that card. He handed me a business card with his name and direct line. The drive to Clara's cabin was a blur of winding roads, ancient redwoods, and an encroaching sense of desolation. The further I drove from the small town, the deeper the silence became, broken only by the hum of my engine and the frantic pounding of my heart. Clara's cabin appeared suddenly, a small, rustic haven nestled amongst the towering trees. A single, weak porch light cast an amber glow on the weathered wood, making it seem both inviting and lonely. I parked my car and got out, the cold, crisp air biting at my skin. The scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs. The silence was profound, a living entity that pressed in on me from all sides. No chirping crickets, no distant sounds of traffic, just the whisper of the wind through the giant trees. It was the kind of silence Clara loved, but tonight it felt menacing. The key felt heavy in my hand. I pushed open the door and a wave of Clara's presence washed over me. Her scent, a mix of wood smoke, paint, and some earthy, herbal aroma she favored, filled the air. The cabin was exactly as she'd left it. A half-finished cup of tea sat on her coffee table, a paperback novel faced him beside it. Her easel stood in the corner, a canvas draped with a cloth. The small, efficient kitchen gleamed, her favorite mug hanging on a hook. It was a snapshot of a life abruptly interrupted, not voluntarily ended. I walked through the small space, my fingers trailing over her possessions. Her vibrant handmade quilts on the bed, her eclectic collection of books on a shelf, her worn hiking boots, which Miller said were in her car, sat neatly by the door. No, wait. These were her old heavy-duty hiking boots, the ones she always used for long treks. My stomach dropped. Miller said her boots were found in her car's trunk. If these were her boots, then what boots were in the car? I knelt, examining the pair by the door. They were muddy, still caked with dried dirt, exactly as they would be after a hike. These were undoubtedly her boots, the pair she'd taken on countless adventures. If these were here by the door, then the boots in her car trunk couldn't have been the ones she wore for the hike. This was a detail that clawed at my conviction that something was wrong. Miller said her boots were in the trunk. He didn't say which boots. But if she had these boots at home, why would other boots be in the car? And why wouldn't she be wearing these? I took a picture of the muddy boots with my phone, the flash illuminating the dried earth caked in the treads. This was significant. This was a discrepancy. Clara would never leave her cabin for a serious hike without her proper hiking boots. The idea that she left her heavy-duty boots here and some other pair in the car was just off. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything else out of place. On the small wooden desk in her living area, among scattered pencils and paintbrushes, I found her journal. It was a sturdy, leather-bound book, its pages filled with her distinctive flowing script. Clara documented everything, her thoughts, her observations of nature, her art ideas. I hesitated, feeling like an intruder, but a desperate need for answers propelled me forward. This might be where she poured out her heart, where I could find a clue, an explanation for Miller's certainty. I opened it, my hands shaking. The last entry was dated 3 days before her planned hike, detailing her excitement for the Whispering Pines Trail, how she was looking forward to the solitude and inspiration for her new series. There were sketches of trees and mountains, poetic descriptions of light and shadow, no hint of despair, no melancholic musings. Her words were full of life, of anticipation. I flipped back further, scanning earlier entries. Pages filled with vibrant ideas, a deep appreciation for nature, and even some playful complaints about the occasional leaky roof or stubborn deer. Nothing, absolutely nothing, hinted at depression or suicidal thoughts. If anything, the journal painted a picture of someone deeply engaged with life, connected to her surroundings. Then, about halfway through the journal, I found something. A loose page folded neatly tucked between two earlier entries. It wasn't in her handwriting. It was a printout, a satellite map of the Whispering Pines area, but what caught my eye were the markings. A specific section of the trail, an area off the main path, was circled in red ink, and beside it a small handwritten note in Clara's distinctive script, Old Miner's Trail, check. My heart leaped. An old miner's trail. Whispering Pines was known for its history, but many of the older, unofficial paths were dangerous, often overgrown and rarely marked. Clara, ever the adventurer, would certainly be drawn to exploring such a path, but why mark it on a separate printout and tuck it away? And why hadn't Miller's search teams found anything if she was exploring an off-trail route? I took a photo of the map and the note, then carefully tucked the page back into the journal. This was a lead. This was something concrete. This wasn't a suicide note. It was an explorer's impulse. I called Officer Miller, my fingers fumbling with the phone in my urgency. Officer Miller, it's Sarah Hayes. I'm at Clara's cabin. Yes, Miss Hayes, did you find something? His voice was tinged with expectation, but also I detected a hint of weary resignation. Yes, two things. First, her actual hiking boots are here by the door, caked with mud. The ones she would have worn for the Whispering Pines trail. You said the boots in her car were found in the trunk. What kind of boots were they? A pause. They were an older pair of trail shoes, Miss Hayes, not her heavy-duty hiking boots. We assumed she had changed into them. She would never hike that trail in trail shoes, I stated, my voice firm. Especially not for a couple of days. She was meticulous about her gear. This doesn't make sense. And second, I found a map, a printout tucked in her journal. It has an old miner's trail circled off the main Whispering Pines path with a note from her. Old miner's trail, check. This suggests she was exploring, not ending her life. Another longer pause. An old miner's trail. We've accounted for all known marked trails in our search parameters, Ms. Hayes. This isn't a marked trail, that's the point, I countered, frustrated by his apparent slowness to grasp the significance. It's an old miner's trail. It could be overgrown, hard to find. Have your teams considered off-trail routes, specifically older, unmaintained ones? We cover a wide radius, Ms. Hayes, Miller said, his tone a little defensive. But if this miner's trail is truly obscure, it would be difficult to spot. Can you describe its location on the map? I relayed the details from the map, describing the landmarks Clara had noted and the specific section of the main trail where this old path diverged. It's near the highest point, close to the old Widow's Peak overlook. She marked a small, almost imperceptible turnoff. Widow's Peak, Miller muttered, a slight change in his voice, a hint of something besides skepticism. That's a notoriously difficult area, high cliffs, unstable rock if she went off trail there. She's an experienced hiker, I interjected, a flicker of hope in my chest. She wouldn't be reckless, she'd be prepared. Even prepared hikers can encounter unexpected dangers in that terrain, Ms. Hayes, he said, the weariness returning. But I'll pass this information to the search teams. We'll adjust our focus in the morning, and about the boots, it's a detail, but not necessarily contradictory. People do change shoes for comfort or if they plan to traverse different terrains. He wasn't fully convinced. He was listening, but his mind seemed made up. My frustration boiled, but I knew I couldn't push too hard. I had to give him information, not argue with his protocol. Thank you, Officer Miller. I'll stay here at the cabin tonight. I'll be here if you need me. Good. Get some rest, Ms. Hayes. And again, don't hesitate to call if anything else comes to light. I hung up feeling a familiar mix of relief and renewed anxiety. I had given them something, a new direction. But the cold, hard fact remained. Clara was still missing. Sleep was impossible. I spent the rest of the night poring over Clara's journal, searching for any other hidden clues, any whisper of a secret, any confirmation of my growing suspicion that her disappearance was not a suicide. The more I read, the more firmly I believed it. This wasn't the journal of a woman planning to end her life. This was the journal of a woman brimming with plans, with curiosity, with an artist's fierce love for the world around her. As dawn approached, painting the sky in soft hues of lavender and rose through the tall trees, I found myself drawn to Clara's easel. I pulled back the cloth covering the canvas. It was a landscape, still in its early stages, but already breathtaking. The rough outline of the Whispering Pines trail winding through a forest, the distant mountains shrouded in a mystical haze. It was peaceful, yes, but it also held a sense of impending grandeur and untold story. Below the painting taped to the easel was a small, hand-drawn sketch of a particular rock formation near the Widow's Peak overlook, exactly where the old miner's trail was marked on the map. This was it. This was her focus. She wasn't just planning a hike, she was planning an artistic exploration, probably drawn to a specific natural feature she'd found or heard about along that ancient path. With the first light of morning, I drove back towards town, stopping at the small diner I'd seen on my way in. I needed coffee, and more importantly, I needed to gather information. Locals always knew things the police didn't, especially about old trails and local legends. The diner was bustling with a few early risers, mostly weathered men in flannel shirts, nursing mugs of coffee. I slid into a booth, ordered a strong black coffee and a plate of eggs. As I ate, I subtly listened to the conversations around me. It wasn't long before I heard whispers about Clara. Poor woman, one man mumbled, shaking his head. Shame, such a nice gal. Quiet though, another responded, kept to herself mostly, always out in the woods. They say it was suicide, a third chimed in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The sheriff's already pretty sure. I felt a surge of anger but kept my face impassive. This was exactly what I needed to fight. I finished my breakfast and approached the counter where an older woman with kind eyes was wiping it down. Excuse me, I said, trying to sound casual. I couldn't help but overhear you were talking about Clara Hayes. The woman, whose name tag read Betty, looked at me, her gaze softening. Oh, honey, you must be her sister, Sarah, isn't it? Officer Miller mentioned you were coming. I'm Betty. Clara came in here sometimes for pie. Lovely girl, it's just awful. Yes, I'm Sarah, I said, a lump forming in my throat. And I don't believe it was suicide, Betty. She loved life. She was an artist, always exploring. She had an old map with an unmaintained miner's trail marked on it near Widow's Peak. Have you ever heard of it? Betty paused, her brow furrowed in thought. A miner's trail near Widow's Peak, you say? Well, there's a lot of old mining shafts up that way, some going back 100 years or more. Dangerous places, most of them are collapsed or boarded up. But I do remember hearing talk years ago about a particularly tricky path went right past an old abandoned claim. Locals called it the Whispering Shaft Trail because of the eerie wind that blew through it. Nobody goes near it anymore, not since. She trailed off, a haunted look in her eyes. Since what? I prompted, leaning forward. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. Since the McCree incident must have been 20 years ago, a young couple, avid hikers, they went exploring up there, went off the main trail, got lost. Took them weeks to find the girl and the boy. Well, they never found him at all. His family said he just vanished. The search parties, they went through that area with a fine-tooth comb, but couldn't find a trace of him near where they found his girlfriend's body, which was in a ravine, nowhere near a shaft. It was a tragedy. That's why the sheriff's department discourages going off marked trails, especially around Widow's Peak. My blood ran cold. The McCree incident, a missing person, a body. This was starting to sound less like an accidental fall and more like something sinister. What about this McCree boy? What was his name? Liam McCree, I think it was, a real handsome young man by all accounts. His girlfriend Emily, she was found in one of the ravines, broken neck. They said she fell, but Liam, gone, disappeared without a trace. It was all over the news back then. Betty shook her head. Terrible business. I thanked Betty, my mind reeling. Liam McCree, another mystery on the same trail. Could it be connected? Could Clara have stumbled upon something related to his disappearance? It seemed a long shot, but it was another piece of the puzzle that chipped away at the suicide theory. I drove straight to the sheriff's office. Officer Miller was at his desk, looking even more tired than before. Ms. Hayes, he said, rising when he saw me. I just spoke with the search teams. They're deploying a drone to get an aerial view of the Widow's Peak area, looking for any signs of an old trail. That's good, I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. But I have more information. I was just at the diner. I asked about old miners' trails near Widow's Peak. A local mentioned something called the Whispering Shaft Trail. She said it leads past an old abandoned claim. She also mentioned something about the McCree incident from about 20 years ago. A couple went missing on the trail. The girl, Emily, was found, but the boy, Liam, vanished without a trace. Miller's expression tightened. The McCree incident, he repeated, his voice devoid of emotion, but I sensed a shift. Yes, I'm familiar with the case. It's a cold case officially. Never solved, never found the boy. Could Clara have stumbled upon something related to that? Maybe she found the old trail, found something connected to Liam McCree, I pressed. Could that be why she's missing instead of suicide? Miller walked over to a large map pinned to the wall, a detailed topographical rendering of the Whispering Pines area. He pointed to a specific cluster of contours near Widow's Peak. The McCree case was extensively investigated. We found no evidence of foul play at the time, only a tragic accident and a disappearance. We combed every inch of this area. If there was a hidden trail, a shaft, we would have found it. He traced a finger along the main trail. The McCree girl was found in this ravine here. Liam's last known location was further up, near the Widow's Peak overlook. No evidence of a struggle, no signs of anyone else. But what if the original search missed something? I argued, my voice tight with desperation. An unmapped trail, a hidden entrance to a shaft. Clara was a smart, observant woman. She might have seen something others missed. Miller sighed, running a hand over his tired face. Ms. Hayes, I appreciate your persistence, but we have to follow the evidence we have. The voice message, the details at the scene, the lack of any other sign of struggle or foul play at the cabin or the car. These are compelling. While the McCree case is tragic, there's no logical link to your sister's disappearance beyond the geographical proximity. There is a logical link, I exploded, unable to contain my frustration. She marked an old miner's trail near the area where Liam McCree vanished. She had a specific interest in that area. It's not a coincidence. He looked at me for a long moment, his gaze unblinking. All right, he said, his voice surprisingly calm. I hear you. I'll ask the drone operator to specifically look for any old, overgrown paths near the Widow's Peak overlook, focusing on what you described from her map. And I'll review the McCree file again, but don't get your hopes up, Ms. Hayes. That case was a dead end. It wasn't much, but it was something. He was at least considering it. I thanked him, my resolve hardened. If he wouldn't fully commit, I would find out what happened to Clara. I decided to try a different approach. While the police were focused on the mountain, I would focus on Clara's other life, her art. Maybe her art held a clue, something she was working on that related to the McCree incident or to the specific area of the Whispering Shaft Trail. I drove back to the cabin, my mind buzzing with possibilities. Clara's studio was a small, detached shed behind her cabin, purpose-built with large windows to let in natural light. I unlocked it, the scent of turpentine and oil paint immediately assaulting my senses, a comforting, familiar smell. Canvases lined the walls, some finished, some half-done. She mostly painted landscapes, but there were also some abstract pieces, bursts of color and emotion. I systematically went through everything, opening sketchbooks, examining her paint palettes, even sifting through her discarded drafts. I was looking for anything unusual, anything that deviated from her usual serene nature themes. For hours, I found nothing but her usual beautiful work. Then in a stack of smaller canvases tucked away in a corner, I found it. A series of 4 small paintings, unlike anything I'd seen her do before. They were dark, almost ominous. Each depicted a different aspect of the same scene, a shadowed ravine towering gnarled trees, and in one, the faint outline of what looked like an old, collapsed mine entrance, barely visible against the dark earth. The colors were muted grays, deep greens, and unsettling blacks, far from her usual vibrant palette. And most strikingly, each painting featured a single, recurring element, a small, almost hidden symbol, a jagged, stylized M carved into a tree trunk or a rock face. I stared at the M symbol. Was it a specific marking, a symbol of something? My mind immediately went to McCree. Could it be for McCree? This felt too deliberate to be a coincidence. This wasn't Clara's usual style, and these paintings clearly depicted a specific, unsettling location. This wasn't a general landscape. It was a place with a dark atmosphere, a place she was studying intently. I remembered the McCree case, a boy named Liam, a girl named Emily. I wondered if Clara had been researching the case, perhaps through old newspaper clippings or local archives. I called Officer Miller again. Officer Miller, I found something else in Clara's art studio, a series of paintings. They're very dark, unusual for her. They depict a ravine, old trees, what looks like a collapsed mine entrance, and each one has a recurring symbol, a stylized M carved into a tree or rock. I think she was exploring the McCree case. There was a long silence on the other end, then Miller's voice, sharper now. A stylized M, can you describe it? I did, meticulously, recalling the angular lines, the almost menacing quality of the symbol. Ms. Hayes, Miller said, his voice now devoid of any weariness, tinged with a new urgency. That symbol, it sounds like a very old specific marking. It was associated with the Silent Ridge Mining Company, a small illicit operation that ran in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They were known for cutting corners, operating in dangerous areas. Their main shaft was in the very area you described, near Widow's Peak. It was rumored to have collapsed after a heavy rainstorm over a century ago. The M was their company's unique mark. So Clara found the Silent Ridge mine, I breathed, a sense of cold dread mixing with triumph. And she was painting it, she was investigating something. It seems she was, Miller confirmed, a note of grim realization in his voice. This changes things. If she was actively researching an old, abandoned mine, especially one known for its dangers, this could be very serious. It's possible she stumbled upon something or someone connected to that old mine or even to the McCree case if there was a lingering connection. So you believe me now? I asked, a flicker of hope. I believe we have a much stronger lead now, Ms. Hayes. This goes beyond a simple tragic accident. I'm going to mobilize a specialized search team, experts in mine exploration and historical sites. They'll focus specifically on the Widow's Peak area, looking for that old miner's trail and any signs of the Silent Ridge mine or any other hidden shafts. I also want you to stay at the cabin and do not, under any circumstances, go back to that area alone. This could be dangerous. His warning resonated deeply. This wasn't just about Clara's curiosity anymore. This was about danger. My initial relief at him taking me seriously was quickly replaced by a chilling realization that Clara might not just be lost, but in grave peril. I sent Miller the photos of the paintings and the map, then went back to Clara's studio. I meticulously packed away the sensitive paintings, placing them in a safe, hidden spot. I also found a small, spiral-bound notebook tucked beneath her drawing table. It was filled with research notes in her handwriting detailing local folklore, historical accounts of the Silent Ridge Mining Company, and even some very old, grainy newspaper clippings about the McCree incident. She hadn't just stumbled upon the mine, she had been actively researching it. One particular entry caught my eye. Local legend says the mine is haunted by the Silent One's miners who disappeared without a trace after the collapse, but I've also heard whispers of something else, something hidden deeper, something that draws people in. And then another entry dated just a few days before her hike found an old article about McCree. Odd detail: his car was found, but his hiking boots, unlike Emily's, were not found with it. They were found much later off a completely different unmapped trail miles away, almost a month after he vanished. Why would his? The entry about Liam McCree's boots being found miles away on a completely different unmapped trail weeks after he vanished hit me like a physical blow. It was an anomaly, a detail so profoundly out of place that it screamed for attention. If his girlfriend Emily was found in a ravine near Widow's Peak, why were his boots discovered so far away months later? It wasn't just a coincidence. It was a deliberate act, a misdirection, or a sign of something much deeper and more sinister at play. This wasn't just about a lost hiker. This was about a carefully orchestrated disappearance, or worse. I paced Clara's studio, the old floorboards creaking beneath my weight. My mind raced, trying to connect the dots. Clara's active research into the Silent Ridge Mining Company, the dark, unsettling paintings, the M symbol, the local legends of Silent Ones, and now this chilling detail about Liam McCree's boots. It all pointed to one terrifying conclusion. Clara hadn't just gotten lost. She had stumbled upon a secret, a dark history, perhaps even a living danger connected to that old mine and the McCree disappearance. Miller's warning echoed in my ears. This could be dangerous. He was right, more right than he knew. This wasn't just a search and rescue operation anymore. It was an investigation into a potential crime, one that might be decades old. My phone buzzed, pulling me from my thoughts. It was Miller. Ms. Hayes, the specialized team is assembling. They'll be on site by early afternoon. We've also pulled the old McCree files. They're extensive, but I'm having a fresh set of eyes go through them, specifically looking for any mentions of this Silent Ridge Mining Company or any unmapped trails that might have been overlooked. Thank you, officer, I said, my voice tight. But I think there's more. I found another entry in Clara's research notes. It mentions Liam McCree's boots being found weeks later, miles away from where Emily's body was discovered on a different unmapped trail. Does that detail ring a bell? It seems incredibly significant. There was a noticeable pause. That is an odd detail. It wasn't a major focus of the initial investigation, as I recall. It was assumed someone moved them or they were misplaced during the extensive search, but I'll make a note of it. If your sister picked up on it, there might be a reason. His voice had taken on an even more serious edge, a realization dawning in his tone that this was no longer a straightforward case. Hayes, I need you to understand the gravity of this. If there's something nefarious happening or something hidden in that mine, you need to be extremely cautious. Stay put, don't go near that trail. I understand, I replied, but my gaze was already fixed on a topographical map Clara had tacked to a corkboard, another version of the one I'd found in her journal, this one marked with additional handwritten notes and symbols I hadn't yet deciphered. The call ended, leaving me with a growing sense of dread and determination. I knew I couldn't sit idly by. Clara was in danger and every minute counted. The police would follow their protocols, but I had Clara's intuition, her insights. I had to look at everything through her eyes, follow her breadcrumbs. My focus returned to the map on the corkboard. This one was far more detailed than the printed one I'd found earlier. It wasn't a simple printout. It was a laminated section of a much larger, high-resolution map, overlaid with tracing paper where Clara had made intricate markings. She had drawn faint, almost invisible lines branching off the main Whispering Pines trail, tracing paths that weren't on any official map. These lines were accompanied by small, precise notes. One note, written in pencil so lightly I almost missed it, pointed to a cluster of small caves just beyond the Widow's Peak overlook. Shelter, it read, followed by old entrance. And then below that, a small, barely legible symbol that looked like the stylized M from her paintings, but with an arrow pointing downward. This wasn't just an old miner's trail. This was an entire network, a hidden landscape she had been meticulously mapping. The M with the arrow pointing down that had to signify the Silent Ridge mine shaft itself, or at least a significant entrance. My heart pounded with a mix of fear and adrenaline. I had to go there. Miller had expressly forbidden it, but I couldn't wait. Clara was my sister. I had to find her. I dressed in layers, pulling on a thick hiking jacket, sturdy jeans, and the same pair of heavy-duty hiking boots Clara kept by her door, the ones Miller had been so dismissive of. I grabbed a small backpack, stuffing it with a flashlight, a first aid kit, a water bottle, a small multi-tool, and Clara's detailed map, carefully folded and placed in a waterproof bag. I took my phone, fully charged, knowing cell service would be spotty at best. Before I left, I wrote a quick note just in case, leaving it on Clara's kitchen table. Went to Widow's Peak, following Clara's map. Call Miller if I'm not back by current time plus 4 hours. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than vanishing without a trace myself. The drive to the trailhead was quicker this time, fueled by my urgency. The fog had lifted, revealing a crisp, clear autumn day, but the towering redwoods still cast long, deep shadows, making the forest feel ancient and mysterious. I parked my car in the nearly empty lot, a little further away from where Clara's car had been found, hoping to avoid immediate detection by any early search parties. I checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. "Stay safe, Clara," I whispered to myself, then got out of the car. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, but this time it felt heavier, laden with an unspoken warning. I started walking, keeping to the main Whispering Pines trail, moving quickly. The path was uneven, strewn with roots and rocks, forcing me to focus on my footing. The sounds of the forest were amplified in the silence, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the steady thrum of my own heartbeat. Every snapping twig, every sudden gust of wind made me jump. After about an hour of steady hiking, the trail began to climb more steeply. I consulted Clara's map frequently, matching landmarks to her intricate drawings. The main trail here was well trodden, but her marked paths veered off into dense undergrowth, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. It was exactly as I had described to Miller, an unmaintained, almost vanished route. I reached the point on the map where Clara had indicated the old miner's trail diverged. It was exactly as she described on the map, a small, almost imperceptible turnoff obscured by a fallen log and a thick curtain of ivy. Most hikers would walk right past it, but Clara, with her artist's eye for detail and her explorer's spirit, had found it. Taking a deep breath, I pushed aside the ivy and squeezed through the narrow opening. The air immediately grew colder, heavier, and the forest sounds were muffled, replaced by an eerie quiet. The path here was barely a deer trail, overgrown with thorny bushes and low-hanging branches that snagged at my clothes. I had to duck and weave, pushing my way through the dense foliage. The sun, which had been bright on the main trail, now struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting the path in perpetual twilight. As I pushed deeper, I noticed something else. Small, almost indistinct carvings on the occasional tree trunk or rock face, faint, weathered marks that looked like the stylized M Clara had painted. They weren't obvious, but once I knew what to look for, they became a macabre trail of breadcrumbs leading me further into the unknown. Clara wasn't just exploring, she was following a specific path, perhaps one she had researched extensively before setting out. The terrain grew more challenging. The path narrowed, snaking along the edge of a steep incline. Loose scree made every step precarious. I clung to roots and low branches, my muscles burning with exertion. This was the Widow's Peak area Miller had spoken of, a place notorious for its dangers, and Clara, the meticulous hiker, would have known this. She wouldn't have gone into this blindly. She must have had a very compelling reason. After what felt like an eternity, the path opened up slightly into a small, rocky clearing. Before me, the ground sloped sharply downward into a deep, shadowed ravine. This had to be the ravine from Clara's paintings, the one she had depicted in such dark, ominous tones. Gnarled, ancient trees clung to the sides of the ravine, their exposed roots looking like skeletal fingers grasping at the earth. And there it was, just as she'd painted it, the faint outline of what looked like an old, collapsed mine entrance. It was almost completely swallowed by the earth, choked by roots and debris, a dark, gaping maw barely discernible against the dark rock face, but it was definitely there. The M symbol was carved unmistakably into the rock just above the entrance, almost hidden by moss. A shiver ran down my spine. The air here was even colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper seemed to drift from the dark opening, a sound like wind sighing through ancient stone. The Whispering Shaft Trail. The name suddenly made perfect, chilling sense. I pulled out Clara's map again, comparing it to my surroundings. The note "old entrance" and the M with the downward arrow were clearly pointing here. But her notes also mentioned shelter and caves further beyond. I scanned the area. The ravine continued, curving around a prominent rock formation. If there were caves, they would be hidden around that bend. I had to be careful. The ground was unstable, and the mine entrance looked ready to collapse further at any moment. This was exactly the kind of place Miller had warned me about, but Clara had come here. She had seen something, researched something, painted something that drew her into this dangerous, forgotten place. I crept closer to the collapsed mine entrance, flashlight in hand. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a small, cramped opening barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. The air was stagnant, heavy with the smell of mold and minerals. I could hear a faint drip, drip, drip of water somewhere deep inside. This was it, the Silent Ridge Mine. But there was no sign of Clara, no recent footprints, no discarded equipment, only the eerie silence and the whispering wind. My heart sank with disappointment, but my resolve remained. She was here, or she had been here. I moved away from the entrance, circling the edge of the clearing, scanning the gnarled trees, and then I saw it. Another M symbol carved higher up on an ancient redwood, almost perfectly blended with the bark. But this one had a small, almost invisible arrow pointing away from the mine entrance, towards the curving ravine, towards where Clara had marked caves. She hadn't gone into the mine, she had gone past it. She was looking for something else, or for another way in. Following the faint M symbols in the arrow, I started to carefully navigate the treacherous path along the edge of the ravine. The path was even narrower here, a mere ledge in places, covered in loose stones and damp moss. Below, the ravine floor was a jumble of fallen trees and massive boulders, a steep, unforgiving drop. I moved slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The whispering sound grew louder, a low, constant murmur that seemed to come from the very air itself. It wasn't just wind, it was something else, something deeper, more resonant. It was unnerving. I rounded the large rock formation Clara had sketched, and the path suddenly opened into a wider, more stable ledge. And there, hidden from the mine entrance, was a cluster of small caves, just as Clara's map had indicated. They were shallow, some barely more than overhangs, but one stood out. It was larger, deeper, its entrance partially obscured by a thick curtain of dangling ferns. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the dimness. As I got closer, I noticed something glinting on the ground just outside the cave entrance. It was a small, ornate silver locket, tarnished with age. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was old, intricately carved with an initial E. My mind immediately went to Emily McCree, Liam's girlfriend. This couldn't be a coincidence. This locket, found here near a suspected old mining shaft and caves after all these years. This was direct evidence, a tangible link to the McCree incident. I pocketed the locket, my heart racing. This was exactly the kind of detail Clara would have noticed, would have investigated. She was onto something big. I aimed my flashlight into the cave. The air inside was surprisingly fresh, a cool draft blowing from deeper within. The cave wasn't as shallow as it appeared. It stretched back, twisting and turning, its walls damp and glistening. This wasn't just a simple cave, it was a passage. And then I saw it. On the dirt floor, a faint, almost erased footprint. It was distinct, the tread pattern clearly visible in the soft earth. I recognized it immediately. It was the tread pattern of Clara's hiking boots, the very pair I was wearing. The mud caked on them, the way the sole wore down on the outer edge. It was unmistakable. Clara had been here. She had gone into this cave. A sudden surge of adrenaline coursed through me, wiping away all fear. Clara was close. I had to follow. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped into the darkness of the cave. The passage was narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The beam of my flashlight danced across the rough-hewn walls, revealing stalactites and stalagmites glistening with moisture. The air grew colder and the whispering sound intensified, a low, constant hum that vibrated through my bones. It felt like the cave itself was breathing, murmuring secrets from deep within the earth. As I moved deeper, the passage opened into a larger cavern. My flashlight beam struggled to illuminate the vastness. It was immense, a cathedral of rock, the ceiling lost in shadow, and in the center of the cavern something glinted. I moved closer, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It was an old mining cart, rusted and overturned, its wooden wheels rotted away. Further beyond, piles of loose rock and collapsed timbers indicated an old, unstable tunnel. This wasn't just a natural cave, it was an extension of the silent ridge mine, a forgotten, unmapped network of passages that had remained hidden for decades. I shone my light around, searching frantically for any sign of Clara. My beam swept over the walls, illuminating ancient pickaxe marks, evidence of the miners who had toiled here so long ago. And then I saw something else. High on one of the cavern walls, almost out of reach, a faint carving. It was the stylized M again, but beneath it, etched crudely into the rock, were the letters LM, Liam McCree. My blood ran cold. This was more than just a historical site. Liam McCree had been here. He had left his mark. He hadn't just vanished. He had come here, perhaps led by the same curiosity that drew Clara. The whispering sound grew stronger, a cacophony of soft murmurs and distant echoes that seemed to swirl around me. It was disorienting, unsettling, making it hard to focus. I shook my head, trying to clear it, to concentrate on finding Clara. I continued to explore the cavern, my flashlight beam piercing the gloom. The floor was uneven, strewn with rocks and debris. Suddenly, my foot caught on something. I stumbled, catching myself against a rough wall. I shone my light down. It was a small, worn leather pouch, partially buried under a pile of loose stones. I bent down and carefully pulled it out. It was old, brittle with age, and tied with a leather cord. I untied it, and inside, nestled among bits of dried earth, were several small, irregularly shaped gold nuggets, not just a few, but a significant amount. This wasn't just an old, collapsed mine. It was a place where gold had been found, perhaps a hidden vein that had gone undocumented. And with the nuggets, a small, folded piece of paper. It was brittle, almost disintegrating, but the faint ink was still visible. A date, roughly 100 years ago, and a name, Sila's Thorn. Below it, a cryptic message. The Silent Ones protect the secret. Sila's Thorn, the Silent Ones. This was the local legend Clara had written about, miners who disappeared after the collapse. But this paper suggested they weren't just victims, they were protectors of a secret. The secret of the gold, perhaps. This was getting more complex and far more dangerous. If Clara had found this or something similar, it could explain her disappearance. She wasn't just looking for inspiration, she was unearthing a century-old mystery. I meticulously examined the pouch and its contents, taking pictures with my phone, hoping the metadata would help with dating if needed. Then I carefully placed everything back, burying it just as I'd found it. This wasn't something to disturb lightly. The whispering sound in the cavern was now almost deafening, a chorus of unintelligible voices that seemed to emanate from the very rock. It was disorienting, making it hard to think, hard to breathe. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched. I knew I needed to find Clara, not just evidence. I swept my light across the cavern again, more systematically this time. Near the far wall, where another, smaller passage branched off, I saw it, a glint of color. It was a small, brightly colored scarf tied to a protruding rock, Clara's scarf, the one she always wore, a vibrant splash of orange and yellow that stood out against her earthy hiking clothes. It was a deliberate marker, a sign she wanted someone to follow her. I pulled it free, clutching it in my hand, a wave of relief washing over me. She was alive. She was leaving me a trail. The passage was even narrower than the first, a claustrophobic tunnel that twisted downward. The air grew colder and the whispering sound morphed into a low, mournful moan that seemed to pulse through the rock. The walls here were rough-hewn, showing clear signs of old mining activity, but they also seemed to shimmer faintly in the beam of my flashlight, an unsettling, almost phosphorescent glow in places. I pressed on, crawling on my hands and knees at times, the scarf clutched tight in my hand. The tunnel was long, winding, a labyrinth of darkness. My heart pounded with a mixture of fear and growing hope. Clara was ahead. She was waiting. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into another, smaller chamber. This one was different. It wasn't rough and natural like the others. The walls here were strangely smooth, almost polished in places, and the air was eerily still, the whispering sound muted as if absorbed by the strange rock. In the center of the chamber, a dark, perfectly circular pool of water shimmered, its surface utterly still, reflecting the faint glow from the walls like a dark mirror. And lying on the ground beside the pool, her backpack, Clara's backpack. I rushed forward, my heart leaping into my throat. "Clara," I called out, my voice echoing eerily in the silent chamber. No answer. I reached her backpack, grabbing it. It was light, almost empty. Inside, I found her water bottle, a half-eaten granola bar, and her phone charger. But no phone, no identification, no journal, no art supplies. It was almost as if she had emptied it, leaving only the bare essentials. Then I saw it, on the ground next to the backpack, a single mud-splattered note. It was written on a page torn from her small spiral notebook, the same one where she documented her research, her distinctive script. "Sarah, if you're reading this, you found my trail. I'm sorry to put you through this. I found it, the true source. It's not just gold, it's something else, something ancient. The silent ones are real, they guard it. I couldn't just walk away. They took something precious from me. I need to get it back. I have to go deeper. They're trying to hide it. Be careful. Trust no one, especially the ones who pretend to help. This isn't just about the McCrees anymore. This is bigger. Follow the light, follow the sound. Don't let them catch you." My hands trembled as I read the note, my blood turning to ice. They took something precious from her. They were guarding something ancient. They were trying to hide it. Trust no one, especially the ones who pretend to help. The words resonated with a sinister implication. Who is she talking about? The local authorities, someone else, and follow the light, follow the sound. What did that mean? I looked around the chamber, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly. There was only one way forward, a deep, dark shaft leading down from the far side of the pool. A faint, almost imperceptible light seemed to glow from its depths, a pulsating, ethereal luminescence that illuminated a thin, almost invisible rope ladder leading down. And from the shaft, a new sound, different from the whispering and moaning, a low, resonant thrum like a heartbeat. The thrum, the thump, the sound I'd heard in her supposed suicide note. It wasn't ambient noise, it was this ancient, powerful sound emanating from the depths of the earth. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that this was where Clara had gone. She had gone down into that shaft, following the light and the sound, driven by her artistic curiosity and her fierce determination to recover what was taken from her. I glanced back at the note. "Don't let them catch you." Who were they? Were they still here? Were they watching? A sudden, sharp crack echoed from the passage behind me. My heart leaped into my throat. It sounded like footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from the direction I had just come. I wasn't alone. Someone was following me. Someone had found my trail. I quickly crumpled Clara's note and shoved it into my pocket, scanning the chamber for a hiding spot. There was nowhere to go but down into the shaft, into the unknown. But the footsteps were getting closer, growing louder. I could hear voices now, low and hushed, but undeniably human. And then a beam of light cut through the passage entrance, sweeping into the chamber, illuminating the walls, the pool, and me. I froze, caught in the sudden glare. "Sarah Hayes," a voice boomed, authoritative and familiar. "Stop right there, don't move." It was Officer Miller. He stood at the entrance to the chamber, his silhouette framed by the flashlight beam, a second figure standing just behind him. His face was grim, unyielding. Behind him, I caught a glimpse of another person, smaller, almost cowering in his shadow. My mind raced. "Trust no one, especially the ones who pretend to help." Clara's words screamed in my head. Had Miller followed me? How did he know? And who was the person behind him? "Officer Miller," I said, my voice barely a whisper, my hands shaking. "You told me to stay at the cabin." "And you defied a direct order, Ms. Hayes," he said, stepping into the chamber, his flashlight fixed on me. "Do you realize the danger you put yourself in? We tracked your note and then your car." He paused, his eyes narrowing, his gaze sweeping over the chamber, lingering on Clara's backpack, then on the shaft in the glowing light below. "What did you find here, Miss Hayes?" he asked, his voice now dangerously soft. "And where is your sister?" I hesitated. I had Clara's note in my pocket, the locket, the pouch of gold, but Clara's warning echoed, "Trust no one, especially not the ones who pretended to help." "I found her backpack," I said, my voice carefully neutral, gesturing to the empty bag. "In this shaft, I think she went down there." Miller exchanged a quick, knowing glance with the person behind him. The other person stepped forward and the light illuminated her face. It was Betty, the diner owner. Her kind eyes were now wide with fear, her face pale. She clutched a small bag tightly in her hands. My heart lurched. Betty, why was she here with Miller? Had she been watching me at the diner? Was she part of them? "Betty," I asked, confusion clouding my fear, "what are you doing here?" Betty swallowed hard, her gaze flickering nervously from Miller to me. I was worried, dear. Officer Miller said you'd gone off, following Clara's crazy ideas. He asked me if I knew anything more about these caves. I told him. I just wanted to help." Her voice was trembling, but her eyes held a deeper, almost desperate plea. Miller stepped closer, his shadow falling over me. "Ms. Hayes, I need you to tell me everything. Now, what was in her note? What did she mean by follow the light, follow the sound?" He gestured towards the glowing shaft. "Is this what she was talking about?" I looked into his eyes, searching for an answer. Was he truly concerned, or was he part of the ones who pretend to help? I had to make a choice, a quick calculation. Clara's life, perhaps my own, depended on it. "I don't know what you're talking about, officer," I said, feigning ignorance, my voice deliberately shaky with fear. "I just found her backpack in this shaft. I think she might have gone down there." Miller stared at me for a long moment, his gaze piercing. I could see the frustration building in his eyes. He clearly didn't believe me. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang echoed from the depths of the shaft, followed by a faint, guttural cry. It was the thrumming sound, but deeper now and with a new, terrifying edge. It sounded like something had shifted, something had been disturbed. Miller spun around, his attention instantly diverted to the shaft. "What was that?" he muttered, his hand going to the weapon holstered at his hip. "Stay here, both of you, don't move." He started to cautiously approach the shaft, his flashlight beam disappearing into the glowing depths. As he got closer, the thrumming grew louder, pulsating through the very rock beneath our feet. Betty, who had remained silent, suddenly seized my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Her eyes were wide with a desperate urgency. "Sarah, you have to listen to me," she whispered, her voice raw with fear. He's not what he seems. He's connected. The McCrees, it wasn't an accident. They found the source. He covered it up. He's been looking for it ever since. He found Clara. He knows what she found." My blood ran cold, my mind reeled. Betty, the kind diner owner, she knew. She was trying to warn me, and Miller. He wasn't just investigating, he was complicit. "What do you mean?" I whispered back, my voice barely audible above the rising thrum from the shaft. "The McCrees," she breathed, her gaze darting towards Miller's disappearing form. "Liam, he was my nephew, my sister's boy. He found the gold, but he found more than that. He found them, the silent ones. They're not just legend, they're real, and they protect something down there, something Miller wants. He was part of the original search, Sarah. He knew what Liam found. He was always sniffing around, even after they closed the case. He came to my diner, asking questions about old local stories about the mine. He knew. And when Clara started asking about the McCrees in the mine, he got suspicious." Betty's words tumbled out, a torrent of desperate information. "He was the one who moved Liam's boots, Sarah. He made it look like a tragic accident, a confused disappearance to throw everyone off the scent. He wanted to keep the location secret, keep the silent ones undisturbed until he could find the true source himself. But Clara, she was too smart. She found his old notes. She found clues Miller missed. She was close to finding out everything." The realization hit me with crushing force. Miller hadn't just reviewed the McCree file, he had actively manipulated it. He wasn't trying to help, he was trying to control the narrative, to get to the truth before anyone else, to cover his own tracks. And now he was here, just moments away from whatever Clara had found. "What do I do?" I whispered, my voice thick with horror. "You have to go down there," Betty urged, pushing me towards the shaft. Her eyes were filled with a desperate conviction. "Clara knows. She found it. You have to find her, and you have to stop him. Liam, he tried to warn us. He left signs. Clara found them. She's following them. Go." Before I could fully process her words, Miller's voice echoed from the depths of the shaft, a shout mixed with a note of triumphant discovery. "I see it. It's here." Betty pushed me harder, her voice a fierce whisper. "Now, Sarah, go." I hesitated for a split second, looking at Betty. Her eyes, filled with a raw, desperate plea for justice for her lost nephew, confirmed everything. This wasn't a trick. This was a warning and a desperate plea for help. Then, without another thought, I lunged for the rope ladder, gripping the thin, damp strands. The thrumming sound intensified, shaking the very ground beneath me. The faint light from below seemed to beckon, a strange, ethereal glow that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. I started to descend hand over hand, my boots finding purchase on the rough-hewn rungs. The shaft was even deeper than it looked, plunging into an abyss of shadow and light. The cold, damp air enveloped me, and the thrumming filled my ears, vibrating through my entire body. As I descended, I heard Miller's furious shout from above. "Sarah, get back here, don't you dare." But I didn't look back. I continued my descent, the metallic clang of something shifting in the depths echoing from below. I gripped the rope ladder tighter, my knuckles white, my eyes fixed on the pulsating light. Clara was down there, and Miller was right behind me. The descent was long and terrifying. The rope ladder swayed precariously, threatening to dislodge me at every movement. The light from below grew stronger, illuminating the smooth, almost alien rock walls around me. It was a soft, greenish luminescence, like something living and breathing within the earth itself. The thrumming was now a visceral vibration, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to penetrate my very bones. Finally, my feet touched solid ground. I was in another cavern, but this one was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was enormous, its ceiling lost in the green glow, and in the center of the cavern, a massive monolithic structure rose from the ground. It was not natural rock, it was clearly artificial, impossibly smooth and dark, radiating the strange green light. It was shaped like an enormous, ancient sarcophagus, covered in intricate glowing symbols that pulsed in rhythm with the thrumming sound. And scattered around the base of the structure were bodies, not skeletal remains but preserved, almost mummified figures dressed in antique mining clothes. Their faces were serene, their eyes closed as if they were merely sleeping. These were the silent ones, the miners who had vanished, now revealed not as ghosts but as guardians. And then I saw her, Clara. She was lying near the base of the monolith, her head cradled in her arm, her eyes closed. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the green light, but she was breathing, barely. "Clara," I cried out, rushing towards her. My heart leaped with a frantic mix of relief and terror. As I knelt beside her, checking for injuries, I heard Miller's heavy footfalls as he landed behind me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. What is this?" he muttered, his voice awestruck, completely devoid of his usual authority, his flashlight beam sweeping across the silent ones and the glowing monolith. "Clara," I gently shook her, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were wide, unfocused, reflecting the eerie green light. "Sarah," she whispered, her voice weak, a faint smile touching her lips. "You came." "What is this place, Clara? What happened?" Ian deafened. "What is this place, Clara? What happened?" I pressed, my voice urgent, glancing nervously at Miller, who was now slowly circling the monolith, his eyes wide with a mixture of greed and disbelief. He seemed utterly captivated by the pulsing green light and the ancient figures. Clara coughed a dry, rattling sound and struggled to sit up. I helped her, propping her against the cold, smooth base of the monolith. Her eyes, still unfocused, swept over the chamber, then landed on Miller. A flicker of fear, quickly replaced by a fierce defiance, crossed her face. "He knows," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He's been after this for years, since Liam. He didn't want anyone else to find it." Miller, overhearing her, stopped his circling. He turned, his face hardening, the awe in his eyes replaced by cold calculation. "She's delusional, Miss Hayes, suffering from exposure, probably. You both are. This is a dangerous place. I'm here to rescue you and secure this, whatever it is." "Rescue?" Clara scoffed, a surprising strength in her tone despite her weakness. "You followed me. You wanted me to lead you here, just like you followed Liam." Miller took a step towards us, his hand subtly moving towards his holstered weapon. "Don't push it, Clara. You stumbled onto something you don't understand, something that could have been very profitable for you if you'd just come to me, but you had to be an artist, an explorer, always digging where you shouldn't." My blood ran cold. He wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. Betty's words echoed in my ears. He was the one who moved Liam's boots. He wanted to keep the location secret until he could find the true source himself. "What is this, Miller?" I demanded, standing defensively in front of Clara. "What do you want?" He smirked, a chilling, humorless expression. "What do I want? The truth, Miss Hayes, the truth about this place and the wealth it holds. It's been whispering to me for years, through the cold case files, through the old town legends. Now, thanks to your sister's unfortunate curiosity, I've found it." His gaze lingered on the preserved bodies of the silent ones. "And these are the guardians, aren't they? The ones who couldn't leave." Clara managed a weak laugh. "They didn't choose to stay, Miller. They were drawn in, absorbed. The silent ones aren't guardians, they're victims." She pointed a trembling finger at the monolith. That is not just a source of gold, it's a source of energy, of life, of consciousness, but it takes more than it gives. It's a parasite, and it draws people in slowly, subtly, until they become part of it." "A parasite?" Miller repeated, a dismissive wave of his hand. "Nonsense, it's a gold mine, Clara, a damn rich one by the looks of it, and something else, something unique. This energy, it must be what keeps them preserved. Imagine the scientific applications, the wealth." His eyes glittered with feverish ambition. "No, you don't understand," Clara insisted, trying to push herself further up. "It's alive, it communicates, it whispers to your mind, twisting your desires, making you believe you're in control. It promises you everything you want, but all it really wants is to consume, to grow. The gold is just bait, Miller, a lure to bring people closer." I looked at the eerie green glow, the intricate pulsating symbols on the monolith, and then back at the preserved figures of the silent ones. Their faces were serene, yes, but also utterly lifeless, empty. Clara's explanation, as fantastical as it sounded, felt terrifyingly real in this place. The thrumming, the whispering, the sense of ancient power, it all made a terrible kind of sense. "What did it take from you, Clara?" I asked, remembering her note. "What did you mean?" Her eyes darted to Miller, then back to me. "My voice," she whispered, "my ability to resist, it tried to absorb me. It started with my thoughts, then my energy. It made me leave the note, the one he found. It wanted me to lure someone else, someone strong, someone like you, Sarah, to come closer, to feed it." She shuddered. "But I fought it. I used the energy it gave me to leave my own trail, to warn you. To leave the real note, the one you found by my backpack." She coughed again, clearly struggling. Miller let out a short, sharp laugh. "The old suicide note was a decoy, you sly fox. I almost bought it. But then your sister came along, poking her nose and leading me right to you. Seems it still worked out for me in the end." He raised his flashlight, aiming it at the base of the monolith, illuminating a small, almost invisible crevice. "And I believe this is where the real treasure lies, isn't it? The true source, the core of its power." He started to move towards the crevice, his intentions clear. "Don't touch it," Clara cried out, a surge of adrenaline momentarily overcoming her weakness. "It's too dangerous." Miller ignored her, his mind fixed on his prize. "Danger is for the unprepared, Clara. I've been preparing for this for 20 years. He reached the crevice and began to pry at it with the butt of his flashlight, then with a small, specialized tool he pulled from his belt. The thrumming intensified dramatically, shaking the cavern. The green light pulsed faster, brighter, casting dancing shadows across the ancient faces of the silent ones. The whispering sound became a roar, an unintelligible chorus of voices that pressed in on my mind, threatening to overwhelm my senses. "Sarah, we have to stop him," Clara gasped, struggling to push herself up. "If he opens it, if he unleashes its full power, it could consume everything." I looked at Clara, then at Miller, who was now frantically working at the crevice, oblivious to everything but his goal. His face was contorted with greed and maniacal determination. He was completely under the monolith's spell, just as Clara had described. My gaze flickered to the rope ladder, then to the massive cavern. We were trapped, and Miller was about to unleash something ancient and terrifying. Just then a voice echoed from above, cutting through the cacophony. "Miller, stop! What are you doing down there?" It was Betty. She had followed us. Miller froze, momentarily startled. He looked up, his face a mask of fury. "Betty, get out of here. This doesn't concern you." Betty descended the last few rungs, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror, but also a flicker of defiance. "It concerns Liam. It concerns everyone. You've been lying for 20 years, Miller. You covered up what happened to my nephew. You let this thing keep taking people." "She's raving, Ms. Hayes," Miller snarled, turning back to the crevice. "Just like Clara, don't listen to them." But I was listening, and I believed Betty. I believed Clara. This was the truth. "Betty, get Clara out of here," I shouted, turning to face Miller. "I'll try to stop him." Betty, despite her fear, nodded. She rushed to Clara's side, helping her to her feet. Clara was still weak, leaning heavily on Betty. Miller, meanwhile, had managed to dislodge a section of the crevice. A blinding flash of green light erupted from within, accompanied by an ear-splitting shriek that wasn't sound, but a direct assault on my mind. I staggered back, covering my ears, my head throbbing. The monolith began to vibrate violently, the symbols on its surface glowing with an unbearable intensity. The thrumming became a deafening rhythm, the heartbeat of something immense and terrible awakening. The preserved bodies of the silent ones stirred, their eyes slowly opening, revealing milky, lifeless orbs that stared straight ahead, devoid of recognition or emotion. They were not alive, not exactly, but they were animated, controlled by the awakening entity. Miller, caught in the flash, screamed, dropping his tools. He staggered back, clutching his head, his face a mask of agony. The green light pulsed directly into his eyes, and I saw a terrifying transformation begin. His skin seemed to ripple, his features contorting, as if something was trying to pull him into the monolith itself. "No, get away from me!" he shrieked, batting at unseen forces, stumbling away from the now fully exposed crevice, which glowed with an unholy brilliance. The cavern itself seemed to warp, the air shimmering with raw energy. The ground beneath our feet began to rumble, loose rocks falling from the ceiling. The rope ladder swayed wildly. "Sarah, we have to go," Clara cried, leaning heavily on Betty. They were already moving towards the rope ladder, Betty supporting Clara with surprising strength. I hesitated, looking at Miller. He was writhing on the ground, the green light enveloping him, pulling him towards the monolith. He had pursued this with such relentless greed, and now he was being consumed by it. A part of me felt a grim satisfaction, a sense of justice for Liam and Emily McCree, for all the silent ones. But another part, a more human part, recoiled from the horror of his fate. The silent ones, the preserved bodies, were now slowly, stiffly moving towards Miller, their arms outstretched, their milky eyes fixed on him. They were like puppets drawn by the same parasitic force that had consumed them. They were coming to claim him. I couldn't stand there, I had to go. I turned and ran towards the rope ladder, scrambling up the first few rungs. Betty and Clara were already halfway up, struggling but making progress. Hurry, Sarah, Betty screamed, her voice hoarse with effort. I climbed with a desperate urgency, my muscles screaming in protest. The thrumming grew louder, the cavern shuddering around us. I risked a glance down. Miller was no longer screaming. He was being drawn slowly but inexorably towards the monolith, his body beginning to flatten, to distort as if melting into the ancient structure. The silent ones were surrounding him, their preserved hands touching his dissolving form, becoming one with him, one with the monolith. The horrifying truth of Clara's words resonated. The entity wanted to consume, and Miller, in his greed, had offered himself up. He was becoming the newest silent one. Just as I reached the top of the ladder, grabbing the edge of the opening, a massive tremor shook the cavern. A section of the ceiling above the monolith collapsed with a deafening roar, sending a shower of rocks and dust down, momentarily obscuring the horrifying scene below. "The tunnel, it's collapsing," Betty shrieked, as she and Clara pulled themselves fully out of the shaft. We scrambled back away from the opening as more rocks tumbled down, sealing off the entrance to the deeper cavern with a sickening crunch. The thrumming and the green light abruptly ceased, replaced by the ominous groan of shifting earth. We were safe from the monolith for now, but the path back through the cave system was already shaking. "We have to get out of here," Clara gasped, clutching her side. "The whole thing is coming down." Betty and I helped her, half carrying her through the winding passages. The whispering sound was gone, replaced by the unsettling creaks and groans of the stressed rock. Small trickles of dirt and pebbles began to fall from the ceiling. "Stay close, follow me," I yelled, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, trying to remember the way out, remembering the M symbols I had followed on the way in. The journey back was a desperate race against time. The caves were groaning around us, the ground continually shaking with smaller tremors. We passed the larger cavern where I had found the gold nuggets and Sela's Thorn's note. I glanced at the spot where I had reburied the pouch. It was still there, but a large crack had opened up in the wall nearby, exposing new, shimmering veins of gold. The source of the bait, now raw and exposed. We pushed on, driven by the instinct for survival. Clara was fading again, her steps faltering, her breathing shallow. Betty, despite her age, was a rock, her face set with grim determination, supporting Clara with incredible strength. Finally, we reached the mouth of the cave, the one obscured by ferns. The blessed, cool, fresh air of the forest hit my face like a benediction. We practically fell out, collapsing onto the rocky ledge just outside the entrance. The ravine still plunged below, and the gnarled trees still clung to the sides. The collapsed mine entrance, which had seemed so ominous on the way in, now looked insignificant compared to the horrors we had just escaped. We lay there for a few moments, gasping for breath, the sunlight dappling through the canopy, feeling like a miracle after the oppressive darkness. Clara was shivering violently, her skin clammy. "We need to get her medical attention fast," I said, my voice hoarse. I pulled out my phone, no signal, of course. "The sheriff's office," Betty started, then stopped, her eyes widening as the full implications of what had just happened sank in. "Miller, he's gone, he's consumed." "And he was the sheriff, Betty," I finished, the grim reality settling in. "Who are we going to tell? Who would believe us?" Betty looked around, her gaze lingering on the now collapsing mine entrance. "This place, it's been a curse on this town for generations. It drew people in, that legend of the Silent Ones. It was a warning, my nephew, he found it. He tried to tell people, but Miller, he silenced him. He covered it up to protect his own future and to find the treasure for himself. And now," she looked back at the mine, a fresh wave of grief and terror washing over her face. Clara stirred, her eyes fixed on me. "The note, Sarah," she whispered. "The one by my backpack, did you get it?" I patted my pocket. "Yes, it's safe, and the locket too, the one with the E on it, from Emily McCree." I pulled it out, showing it to her. A faint smile touched Clara's lips. "Emily's, Liam had it. He was trying to bring it back to her after they got separated, but he was drawn in too. He saw the gold. He tried to take it, but the Silent Ones, they showed him what the monolith was, he realized. He tried to fight it. He left signs, the LM carving. He wanted someone to know." "And you found his signs, Clara," I said, a wave of pride mixed with sorrow washing over me. "You were so close to uncovering the whole truth." "The gold and the power," Betty murmured, her eyes distant. "That's what drew them all. It promised them wealth, immortality, eternal youth. But it was all a lie, all a lure to feed itself." "We have to expose this," I said, my voice firm. "We have the note, the locket, Clara's research. Betty, you saw Miller. You saw what happened. We have to tell someone." "Tell who, Sarah?" Betty asked, her voice weary. "The sheriff's department is now leaderless. Miller was a powerful man in this town. His connections run deep. And who would believe a story about a sentient, parasitic monolith and preserved bodies?" She shook her head. "They'll say we're crazy. They'll say we were hallucinating from exposure. They'll say Clara tried to commit suicide and you pulled her out, and Miller went in to rescue you and got lost in a cave-in." Her words were a cold dose of reality. The official narrative would be so much easier to swallow, so much more believable. Our story was pure fantasy to the outside world. "But we can't let him win, even in death," I argued, my voice tight with frustration. "We can't let this thing stay hidden, keep drawing people in." Clara reached out, taking my hand. Her touch was cold, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Sarah, we have to think not just about exposing it, but about protecting it, or rather containing it. What if drawing attention to it only makes it stronger? What if it finds a way out? Her eyes were wide with a chilling understanding. It manipulates, it senses, it wants to grow. If it becomes public, if people start to come here, drawn by curiosity or greed, we might unleash a greater evil. Her words sent a fresh wave of dread through me. She had been closest to it, most affected by it. Her warnings carried a weight that terrified me. The idea of this ancient, parasitic entity somehow influencing the outside world, subtly drawing people in, using their desires against them. It was a horrifying thought. So what do we do? I asked, looking from Clara to Betty, feeling utterly overwhelmed. We had discovered a truth that was too incredible, too dangerous to be shared. We need to seal this place, Sarah, Betty said, her voice filled with newfound resolve. She looked at Clara, a silent understanding passing between them. We need to make sure no one else finds it ever again. But how? I asked. The police will eventually send a search team. They'll find the collapse. They'll investigate. They'll investigate a collapsed mine shaft and a missing sheriff, Betty countered. They'll assume he fell or got caught in the collapse trying to rescue Clara. We can use that. We can corroborate a simpler story. What story? I asked, my mind still reeling. Clara coughed again, then spoke, her voice still weak but with a surprising clarity. I was exploring the old miner's trail as my journal stated. I stumbled into an unstable shaft. I fell. Officer Miller came after me, saw my car, found my note, followed my path. He tried to rescue me and got trapped in a collapse himself. You, Sarah, you followed my breadcrumbs, found Betty, and she helped you find me after the collapse. You pulled me out barely. Betty found you, concerned about the missing sheriff after she called his office and couldn't reach him. That explains the official suicide note too, I realized. Miller found that and thought it was genuine. It gave him an excuse to search, to follow your path without arousing suspicion about his own motives. Exactly, Clara said, a faint, almost mischievous glint in her eyes. He was so confident, so greedy, he thought he was in control. And the locket, the gold? I asked. The locket stays with us, Clara stated firmly. Proof for us, but never for the world. The gold, we leave it. It's too dangerous to bring out. It's the lure. We can't let anyone be tempted by it. It's a huge risk, I admitted, but the logic was beginning to sink in. Our story, the real story, was too outlandish. It would be dismissed, and the monolith would remain a threat, perhaps even grow stronger if exposed. By creating a plausible, tragic accident, we could ensure its secret remained hidden. It's the only way to protect this town, Betty said, her gaze steady. To protect future generations. Liam tried to tell me in his own way, through signs he left behind. He feared it. We have to finish what he started. We have to seal it away, make sure no one ever finds it again. But what about the cave entrance, the one we came out of? I asked, looking back at the ferns. Someone could still find it. I know a way, Betty said, a grim resolve in her voice. The old mining company Silent Ridge, they used to have a system. Old tunnels deliberately collapsed to hide their more illicit operations, their deeper veins. We can trigger another collapse just above the cave mouth. Make it look like a natural cave-in, part of the wider instability of the mountain. But how? I asked, still thinking about the danger. I helped my father when I was a girl exploring these mountains, Betty explained. He worked for a different legitimate mining company, but he knew all the old tricks. There's a weak point high up on the ridge right above these caves, a small fissure. If we can reach it, a well-placed lever or even a heavy enough rock could send a tremor through the rock face, sealing this section. My mind raced. It was audacious, dangerous, but it was also the only way to ensure the monolith remained hidden, contained. Clara needs help first, I said, looking at my sister. Her face was pale, her lips tinged blue. I'll be okay, Clara whispered, trying to reassure me. Just get me out of this cold. My cabin, it's not far from the trailhead. We go to Clara's cabin first, I decided. Get her warm, get her stable, then we figure out how to seal this. Betty nodded, her expression grim. Agreed. We can't risk anyone else coming this way until it's done. Slowly, carefully, we began our trek back to the main Whispering Pines trail. Supporting Clara between us, we navigated the treacherous, overgrown miner's path, the M symbols now feeling less like breadcrumbs and more like dire warnings. The air around the collapsed mine entrance was still no longer carrying the eerie whispers. The mountain had fallen silent, but the memory of the thrumming, the green light, and Miller's horrific end was seared into my mind. It took us nearly an hour of slow, agonizing progress to reach the main trail. The clear autumn day seemed almost mocking after the darkness we had endured. Once on the wider, more stable path, we moved a little faster, but Clara's condition was deteriorating. She was losing consciousness more frequently. We reached my car, parked inconspicuously near the trailhead. Gently, we loaded Clara into the backseat, laying her down as comfortably as possible. I stripped off my jacket and tucked it around her, trying to generate some warmth. Betty, can you drive? I asked, my voice trembling. I need to stay with Clara. Betty nodded, her face determined. I can, I know these roads. We'll get her to her cabin. The drive to Clara's cabin was a blur of frantic worry. Clara was fading in and out, her breathing shallow and ragged. Once we reached the cabin, we gently carried her inside, laying her on her bed. I started a fire in the hearth, desperate to bring warmth back into her chilled body. Betty found blankets and hot water bottles, her practical nature kicking in. As Clara drifted into a fitful sleep, her breathing becoming a little more even, Betty and I sat at the kitchen table, the silence broken only by the crackle of the fire. The reality of what we had just witnessed and what we had to do settled heavily upon us. "We need to create a plausible timeline," Betty said, her voice low. "The sheriff's department will be looking for Miller. If he doesn't report in, if his patrol car isn't where it should be, they'll start a search." My note, I remembered, the one I left: "Call Miller if I'm not back in 4 hours. That will trigger a response." "Good," Betty said, nodding. "We stick to the story. Clara fell in an old mine shaft. Miller heroically went after her, got caught in a collapse. You, Ms. Hayes, you found Clara after the fact, called for help, and I, Betty, concerned about all the fuss, came to help search. We tell them she was found barely conscious, disoriented, and you pulled her out, then came back here for shelter." "It's a good story," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "It's plausible. It doesn't mention monoliths or parasitic entities." "And it protects the secret," Betty added, her eyes serious. "For Liam, for everyone." We spent the next hour meticulously crafting our alibi, rehearsing the details, ensuring there were no contradictions. We decided that I would be the one to call 911, reporting Clara's discovery and Miller's disappearance. Betty would arrive shortly after, having heard the commotion. But first, we had to make sure the cave was permanently sealed. "We have to go back," Betty stated, her resolve unwavering. "While Clara is resting, it has to be done before they find the area." I looked at Clara, sleeping fitfully, her chest rising and falling slowly. Leaving her felt wrong, but Betty was right. The longer we waited, the greater the risk. "Okay," I said, a grim determination hardening my own resolve. "Let's do it." We left Clara a note explaining our plan and promising to be back as soon as possible. Then we quietly slipped out of the cabin, leaving the fire burning low, a beacon of warmth in the deepening twilight. The drive back to the trailhead was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The forest seemed to loom larger, darker as night began to fall. The air was colder now, carrying the scent of pine and approaching rain. We parked the car and, with flashlights in hand, made our way back up the main Whispering Pines trail, then carefully, almost reverently, turned onto the overgrown miner's path. The silence here was different now, heavier. The absence of the whispering hum, the thrumming, was almost more unsettling than their presence had been. We reached the small, rocky clearing where the cave entrance was located. The collapsed mine shaft looked even more desolate in the fading light. We approached the fern-obscured entrance we had emerged from earlier. It felt like a wound on the earth, one that needed to be cauterized. "The fissure is up there," Betty said, pointing her flashlight beam high up the ravine wall towards a jagged crack barely visible against the darkening rock. "It's a tricky climb, but if we can dislodge something heavy enough into that fissure." "I'll go," I said without hesitation. "You stay here, guide me. I'm lighter, probably more agile." Betty looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and admiration. "Be careful, Sarah, one wrong step." "I know," I said, taking a deep breath. "Just tell me where to go." I handed her my flashlight, and she aimed both beams at the fissure, illuminating the path. The climb was perilous. The rock was slick with moisture, and loose scree made every handhold and foothold uncertain. I clung to roots, testing each grip before trusting my weight to it. The ravine floor yawned far below, a dark abyss. As I slowly ascended, Betty called out instructions, guiding me, her voice steady despite the obvious fear in her eyes. "Higher, Sarah, there, see that outcropping? Aim for that. Then there's a small shelf, be careful of the moss." My muscles burned, my fingers aching, my heart hammered against my ribs, but the image of Clara's pale face and the horrifying vision of Miller being consumed fueled my determination. This had to be done. Finally, I reached the fissure. It was larger than it had looked from below, a jagged tear in the rock face about a foot wide. Inside, I could see deeper cracks, spiderwebbing into the mountain, and wedged firmly in the fissure was a massive boulder, precariously balanced. If I could dislodge it, it would create the necessary impact. I pushed against it, grunting with effort. It barely budged. I tried again, throwing my full body weight into it, digging my boots into the precarious footholds. The boulder shifted slightly, a shower of small pebbles tumbling into the depths of the fissure. "It's moving," I yelled down to Betty. "Keep going, Sarah, don't stop," she urged. I pushed and pushed again, summoning every ounce of strength. The boulder groaned, a low, grinding sound, and then with a sudden, sickening lurch, it broke free. It plunged downward with a deafening roar, striking the rock face with immense force. The sound reverberated through the entire mountain. The ground beneath Betty's feet trembled violently. I clung tightly to a small tree root, my body pressed flat against the rock as the mountain groaned and shifted. Below, the cave entrance and the surrounding rock began to crack and crumble. A massive cascade of earth, rocks, and trees poured down the ravine, burying the mouth of the cave under hundreds of tons of debris. The sound was deafening, terrifying, as if the mountain itself was tearing apart. Dust billowed upwards, choking the air. I held my breath, waiting for the tremors to stop. When the roar finally subsided and eerie silence descended, the air was thick with dust and the smell of raw earth. Slowly, I pushed myself up, brushing dust from my face. I looked down. The entire section of the ravine where the cave had been was now gone, replaced by a fresh, raw scar of earth and rock. It was completely, irrevocably sealed. No one would ever find it again. I carefully climbed back down, my body shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline. Betty met me at the base, her face streaked with dirt and tears, but her eyes shining with relief. "You did it, Sarah," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "You sealed it for Liam." We embraced, two weary women bound by a terrible secret and a shared purpose. The journey back to Clara's cabin was quiet, somber. The rain had started, a soft, steady drizzle that turned the forest floor into a slippery, dark landscape. But the air felt cleaner now, lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted or at least contained. When we arrived back at the cabin, Clara was still sleeping, but her breathing was stronger, more regular. Her color had improved slightly. The warmth of the fire and the absence of the monolith's influence seemed to be helping her heal. I brewed some strong coffee for Betty and me, our hands still trembling as we held the warm mugs. We sat in silence for a long time, listening to the rain fall outside, the fire crackle, and Clara's steady breathing. "We need to call the authorities now," I said eventually, my voice low. "Before they start looking too hard, we need to get the story straight." Betty nodded. "It's time." I picked up the phone, my fingers still stiff from the climb. I dialed 911, my heart pounding. "911, what's your emergency?" a calm female voice answered. "Yes," I began, my voice steady, rehearsed. "My name is Sarah Hayes. I'm at my sister Clara Hayes' cabin. She's been missing for a few days. I found her. She was injured. She told me she fell into an old, unmarked mine shaft near Widow's Peak. She says Officer Miller was there too. He went in after her, but he got caught in a cave-in. I think he's gone." I relayed the carefully constructed story, omitting every terrifying, unbelievable detail, focusing only on the plausible tragedy. I spoke of Clara's disorientation, her vague recollections, my frantic search. Betty chimed in, adding her own concerned citizen details, backing up the narrative. The response was immediate. A full-scale search and rescue operation was mobilized. Within the hour, flashing lights appeared at the end of Clara's long, winding driveway. Paramedics rushed in, assessing Clara, declaring her stable enough for transport to the nearest hospital for observation and treatment for exposure and mild hypothermia. Detectives, grim-faced and official, took our statements separately, meticulously noting every detail. They focused heavily on Officer Miller's heroic actions, his last known whereabouts, the precise location of the supposed cave-in. We stuck to our story, painting a picture of a tragic accident, a brave officer lost in the line of duty. They didn't question the core narrative. It was far too tidy, far too believable. As Clara was gently loaded into the ambulance, she caught my eye. A faint, almost imperceptible nod. The secret was safe. The days that followed were a blur of official inquiries, emotional strain, and the quiet, pervasive grief of a town losing its sheriff. The story of Officer Miller's heroic sacrifice trying to save a lost hiker became the official narrative. Search teams scoured the Widow's Peak area, focusing on the newly collapsed section of the ravine. They found no trace of Miller, only further evidence of extensive rockfall and unstable terrain. His car was found at the trailhead, exactly where we said he would have left it. The Whispering Shaft Trail was designated too dangerous for further exploration, officially closed off to the public. Clara recovered slowly at the hospital. Physically, she was weak, but mentally, she was clear. The entity's influence seemed to have receded once she was away from its immediate vicinity. She maintained her fabricated story, speaking of disorientation and memory gaps, a plausible consequence of her ordeal. The official conclusion for her disappearance, a tragic accident, a lucky rescue. Betty, once the kind diner owner, now carried a new gravitas. She became an unlikely ally, a guardian undefined. Betty, once the kind diner owner, now carried a new gravitas. She became an unlikely ally, a guardian of the secret that now bound the three of us together. The town, unsuspecting, mourned its sheriff, eulogizing his bravery. We attended the subdued memorial service, playing our parts quiet and somber, feeling the weight of the lie pressing down on us. Each sympathetic glance, each solemn handshake was a reminder of the elaborate deception we had woven. A deception designed to protect not just ourselves, but the very world from an unfathomable horror. Clara was discharged from the hospital after a week, fragile but undeniably recovering. The doctors attributed her prolonged weakness to severe exposure and trauma, a diagnosis we readily accepted. Back at her cabin, the warmth of the fire and the comforting presence of her art supplies seemed to slowly mend her. Yet a subtle change lingered in her eyes. a deeper understanding, a quiet wisdom born of her brush with the parasitic entity. She spoke less, observed more, and sometimes I would catch her staring into the forest, a profound, unreadable expression on her face. We rarely spoke of the monolith directly, not in explicit terms. The unspoken agreement was a silent pact, a shared burden that cemented our bond. But the knowledge was always there, a dark undercurrent to our everyday lives. Clara, with her artist's sensitivity, felt its lingering presence, she said, a phantom thrumming beneath the earth, even from miles away. It was a constant reminder of the vigilance required. My own art, once a vibrant expression of the natural world, took on a darker, more introspective quality. The raw beauty of the mountains now seemed shadowed by an unseen menace. I found myself sketching twisted roots that resembled grasping tendrils, rock formations that hinted at monolithic structures beneath the surface. My hands, once steady, sometimes trembled when I picked up a brush. The memory of Miller's transformation, the silent, reanimated bodies of the guardians, haunted my dreams. Betty, ever the practical one, focused on the immediate. She ensured Clara had everything she needed, brought us meals from the diner, and managed the delicate balance of keeping up appearances in town while silently processing her own grief for Liam. Her nephew's memory, once a source of quiet sorrow, was now intertwined with a fierce determination to keep the truth buried. She meticulously monitored local news, listened to town gossip, and subtly steered conversations away from the widow's peak area, subtly reinforcing the narrative of dangerous, unstable terrain. The official investigation into Miller's disappearance eventually concluded. He was presumed lost in a catastrophic cave-in, his heroism lauded, his body never recovered. The Whispering Shaft Trail was permanently closed, designated a hazardous site. Heavy equipment was brought in, ostensibly to stabilize the area, but in reality to further reinforce the natural collapse we had engineered. Betty made discreet inquiries, ensuring the crews understood the danger of that specific ravine. They didn't need to know what they were protecting the world from, only that they needed to keep people out. The sealing of the cave entrance was completed, and the mountainside settled into a new, silent repose. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Autumn faded into winter, painting the mountains in stark white and gray. We lived our quiet lives, Sarah pursuing her art, Clara slowly regaining her strength and artistic vision, Betty running her diner. We maintained a semblance of normalcy, but beneath the surface we were changed. We were no longer just a painter, an explorer, and a diner owner. We were the guardians of an ancient, terrifying secret. One particularly cold winter evening, with snow falling softly outside Clara's cabin, a blizzard trapping us indoors, Clara finally brought up the locket. "Sarah," she said, her voice soft, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames in the hearth. "The locket, Emily's locket." I reached into my pocket, pulling out the small, silver heart. The E gleamed faintly in the firelight. I had kept it with me constantly, a tangible link to the horror and a constant reminder of what we had protected. "It's safe," I confirmed, handing it to her. Clara turned it over in her hands, her fingers tracing the worn edges. "Liam found it. He wanted to give it back to her after she disappeared. He was desperate. He believed she was still alive, trapped somewhere down there. He found her diary too, you know. The one the police found empty near his cabin. It wasn't empty when he had it. Emily wrote about the whispers, about the gold, about a place where light and sound merged." My heart ached for Liam, for Emily, for their tragic hope. He was searching for her then. "Yes," Clara whispered, her eyes distant. "He followed her trail just like you followed mine. He found the gold first, but then he found more. He realized Emily wasn't just lost, she was taken. The monolith that draws on love, on attachment, on a desire to connect. It whispers promises of reunion, of knowing, of understanding, and then it ensnares. Emily was the first in their generation. She went deeper, drawn by the whispers, seeking to understand. Liam followed, and he realized too late what it was. He tried to fight it. He tried to warn others, the M carving the crude LM underneath it. He carved it with a final, desperate burst of energy, trying to leave a sign, but it was too strong. It drew him in just like the others, just like it tried to draw me. She clutched the locket tightly. He left that for Emily. He must have dropped it just before he was fully consumed. A last act of love, perhaps. "The locket carries their story," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "A reminder of the cost of that place, and a promise that their sacrifice wasn't in vain." "It's more than that, Sarah," Clara said, her voice taking on a strangely intense quality. "When I was in there, close to it, I felt its intent. It doesn't just consume, it learns, it remembers, it integrates. Liam and Emily, their consciousness in a way, is still part of it. It's what allowed me to fight back, their echoes, their resistance." I stared at her, a chill running down my spine. "You mean they helped you?" "Perhaps not directly," Clara mused, looking into the fire, "but their struggle, their defiance, was a part of the residual energy, a resonance. It empowered me to push back, to use its own energy to send you the real message, the true path, to fight its programming to lure you there." She shivered. "It's a terrifying thought, that those consumed might still, in some fragmented form, reside within it." Betty, who had been listening silently from her armchair, knitting a woolen scarf, lowered her hands. Her face was pale. "My Liam," she whispered, a tear tracing a path down her weathered cheek. He's still in there, a part of him. Clara nodded slowly. I believe so, a shadow, an echo, enough to exert a subtle counterforce. It's why we must never disturb it again, Betty, never. The thought was both comforting and horrifying. Liam and Emily, trapped yet resisting, perhaps still guarding in their own silent way. It added another layer of grim importance to our task. From that day forward, the locket became our shared talisman, a silent reminder of the profound responsibility we now bore. We decided to store it, along with Clara's true note and Silas Thorne's brittle message, in a locked, fireproof box hidden deep within the cabin. A small, carefully constructed shrine to the truth, accessible only to us. Life, as it always does, slowly regained its rhythm. The seasons turned. The local community, accustomed to the quiet rhythms of small-town life, eventually moved on from the tragedy of Sheriff Miller, though his name was remembered with reverence. The Widow's Peak remained pristine, beautiful, its dark secret now deeper than ever. But our lives were forever altered. We were more watchful, more attuned to the subtle currents of the world. We became guardians not just of a physical location, but of a specific kind of knowledge, a knowledge that could unravel reality if carelessly unleashed. Clara, in her recovery, started to explore new artistic mediums. She painted abstract landscapes, vibrant with color, yet tinged with an ethereal, almost alien glow. Her work, once grounded in realism, now vibrated with a deeper, more spiritual energy. She called them echoes of the deep. She often went on long hikes, sometimes with me, sometimes alone, never going near Widow's Peak, but always observing, always sensing the pulse of the earth. She seemed to draw strength from the untouched wilderness, finding a new purpose in portraying the unseen forces of nature. I too found myself drawn to these subtle shifts. My photography, once focused on dramatic landscapes, now sought out hidden details. The way light filtered through ancient trees, the intricate patterns of moss on stone, the slow, silent growth of the forest floor. I felt a renewed connection to the natural world, a profound respect for its hidden power, and a healthy fear of what lay beneath. Betty, surprisingly, was the most outwardly unchanged. She continued to run her diner, serving coffee and pie with the same warm smile. But her eyes, once simply kind, now held a glint of steel, a quiet resolve. She was the anchor grounding us in the everyday while quietly carrying the heavy burden of her past and our shared secret. She took up a new hobby, volunteering at the local historical society, quietly editing out any references to the Whispering Shaft or Silent Ridge beyond official records of collapse. She was actively erasing the breadcrumbs, making sure no future Clara or Liam would stumble upon the old lore. 1 year after the events at Widow's Peak, we gathered at Clara's cabin, a quiet anniversary of our ordeal. The cabin was warm, filled with the aroma of Betty's famous apple pie. Clara had set up a small easel, a new painting taking shape on the canvas, a swirling vortex of greens and blues, reminiscent of the monolith's eerie glow, but somehow serene, contained. "It's beautiful, Clara," I commented, admiring her work. "It captures it, but in a way that's not terrifying." Clara smiled faintly. "I'm trying to understand it, not just its destructive nature, but its raw energy, its ancientness. Perhaps there's a way to acknowledge it without fearing it, or at least to channel it into something meaningful." Betty cleared her throat. "Meaningful for us, yes, but no one else, Clara. Remember our promise." "I do, Betty," Clara assured her. "Always, but art is a way of processing, a way of giving voice to the unspeakable without speaking it aloud." I realized then that this was Clara's way of coping, of integrating the traumatic experience into her life, transforming it into something new. She was not just healing, she was evolving. Our conversation shifted to more mundane topics, but the underlying current of our shared secret was always there. It was a part of our bond now, an invisible thread connecting our lives. As the second year passed, then the third, the physical and emotional scars began to fade, replaced by a deep-seated vigilance. We had settled into our roles. Clara, the sensitive artist, attuned to the subtle energies of the world. Betty, the community anchor, safeguarding the external narrative. And I, the pragmatic protector, ensuring our practical steps to concealment remained undisturbed. The outside world, with its incessant demands and distractions, gradually pulled me back into its orbit. My art began to gain recognition, ironically, for its newfound depth and mystique. I traveled, exhibited my work, but always returned to Whispering Pines, to Clara and Betty, to the quiet solitude of the mountains that held our secret. It was during one of these periods of travel away from Whispering Pines that I received a peculiar email. It was from an anonymous sender, the subject line simply whispers. My heart lurched. I almost deleted it, a surge of paranoia washing over me. But my curiosity, honed by years of living with the unknown, compelled me to open it. The email was short and cryptic. "Ms. Hayes, your recent work, Echoes of the Deep, has caught my attention. It resonates with a truth that few comprehend. I believe we share an understanding of certain subterranean energies. The silence in Whispering Pines, specifically near Widow's Peak, is intriguing. I've been monitoring unusual seismic activity in that region for some time. I sense a presence, a deep pulse. Perhaps you would be willing to share insights." "Sincerely, a fellow seeker." My blood ran cold, unusual seismic activity. A deep pulse, a presence. This wasn't some random art enthusiast. This was someone who knew or at least suspected what lay beneath Widow's Peak. And the mention of echoes of the deep, Clara's painting, was too specific to be a coincidence, had her art, in its attempt to process the unspeakable, inadvertently drawn attention. I immediately called Clara. Her phone rang several times before she answered, her voice unusually strained. Sarah, what is it? Clara, I just got an email, I said, my voice barely a whisper, from someone who seems to know about Widow's Peak, about echoes of the deep, about seismic activity. A sharp intake of breath on the other end. I've been feeling it too, Sarah, a shifting, a stirring like it's waking up more than before. My mind reeled, waking up, but we sealed it, we contained it. Yes, but its nature is to expand, to reach out, Clara said, a tremor in her voice. The longer it exists, the more it learns, the more it influences. The ceiling, it was a physical barrier, but its consciousness, its influence, is not bound by rock. We need to go back, I stated, a grim determination seizing me. To the cabin, to Betty. We need to figure out who this fellow seeker is and what they know. I booked the next flight to the nearest regional airport, my heart pounding with a familiar dread. The peace we had cultivated, the fragile normalcy, was shattering. The secret was no longer just ours. Someone else was sniffing around, someone else was feeling the whispers, the thrum. When I arrived back in Whispering Pines, the crisp autumn air, usually a comfort, now felt charged with an unsettling energy. The mountains loomed, their silence no longer a guarantee of safety. Betty met me at the airport, her face etched with worry. Clara told me, she said, her voice tight. Who could it be after all this time? I don't know, I replied, but they know enough to be dangerous, and Clara says the monolith is stirring. We drove straight to Clara's cabin. She was pacing, a nervous energy radiating from her. Her recent painting, Echoes of the Deep, was still on the easel, but now it seemed to pulse with a subtle, unnerving luminescence of its own. I tried to trace the email, I said, pulling out my laptop. It bounced through multiple servers, anonymized, it's untraceable. They're cautious, Clara observed, her gaze fixed on the painting. They don't want to be found, not directly, but they want information. The seismic activity, it's what worries me most, Betty interjected. If it's truly acting up, those miners who sealed the passages, they warned about the mountain's inherent instability. If the monolith is affecting the rock, it could cause major damage, earthquakes, rockfalls. It could expose itself again. Or worse, Clara added, her voice barely a whisper. If it's truly sentient and it's actively trying to break free, the mountain won't be enough to contain it. We need to understand why it's stirring now, what triggered it. I remembered the locket, the gold, Silas Thorne's note still hidden in the locked box. Could someone have found another way in, another of the old passages? Unlikely, Betty said, shaking her head. We checked the old maps, the old mining records. We made sure all major access points were either naturally collapsed or reinforced. The area is constantly monitored for structural integrity now, given Miller's accident. Perhaps it's not a physical access point it's seeking, Clara mused, her eyes distant. Perhaps it's a connection, a consciousness it's trying to reach, a resonance. She looked at me, then back at her painting. My art, it speaks of it, perhaps it heard, perhaps it's a response. The idea was chilling. That Clara's artistic expression, her way of processing the trauma, could be a beacon, a siren song to the entity or to others attuned to it. We need to find out who this fellow seeker is, I reiterated. They're our most immediate threat. They're actively looking for information. If they approach the Widow's Peak area, they could accidentally trigger something, or worse, intentionally try to access it. And how do we do that? Betty asked, her brow furrowed. They're anonymous. They reached out to me, I said, a plan beginning to form in my mind. They want insights. They want a conversation. I'll engage them cautiously. I'll pretend to be a fellow enthusiast of subterranean energies, as they put it. I'll try to bait them to get them to reveal themselves, or at least reveal their intentions. Clara nodded slowly. It's risky, Sarah. You could be putting yourself in direct danger. This entity, it can influence from afar. It twists minds. This seeker might already be under its sway, a puppet like Miller. I know the risks, I affirmed, my voice firm. But we can't ignore this. If they learn too much, if they try to unleash it, the consequences are unimaginable. We have to be proactive. We have to contain this information just as we contain the physical access. Betty, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. If you do this, Sarah, you need backup. You can't go into this alone. You two are my backup, I said, looking at them. You stay here, keep an eye on the town, monitor any unusual activity, and Clara, use your sensitivity. If you feel any strong surges from the monolith, any significant shift, you warn me immediately. I'll set up encrypted communication. We'll be in constant contact. Clara looked at her painting, then back at me. A profound determination shone in her eyes. Be careful, Sarah. This is a game of minds now, not just rock and gold. I composed a reply to the fellow seeker, crafting it carefully, blending intrigue with a hint of caution. I acknowledged their perceptive understanding of subterranean energies and expressed a mutual curiosity, but added that the area around Widow's Peak was notoriously unstable and dangerous, hinting at a desire to protect its fragile ecosystem rather than expose it. I wanted to see how they would respond to gauge their motivation. Were they simply curious or something more sinister? The reply came swiftly within hours. Ms. Hayes, your caution is understandable, admirable even. Indeed, the preservation of such unique geological phenomena is paramount. However, my interest lies not in exploitation but in comprehension. My research suggests that the energies at Widow's Peak are not merely geological but sentient, capable of interaction, perhaps even communication. My work centers on the interface between consciousness and primordial forces. I believe a collaborative exploration of this phenomenon under controlled conditions could unlock unprecedented understanding. I would be honored to meet with you to discuss these possibilities further. I am currently based in a research facility not far from Whispering Pines. Sincerely, Dr. Eris Thorne. Dr. Eris Thorne, the name sent a jolt through me. Thorne, like Silas Thorne the miner from 100 years ago, was it a coincidence? Or a familial connection, a generational legacy of seeking out the monolith? A research facility not far from Whispering Pines, I read aloud, my voice tight. He's closer than we thought. He's been here in the region studying it. Thorne, Betty whispered, her eyes wide with recognition. Silas Thorne, the old miner, the one who left the note about the silent ones, do you think? It has to be connected, Clara stated, her voice firm. This isn't just curiosity, this is something else entirely. Sentient, capable of interaction, perhaps even communication. He knows what it is, Sarah, or at least he has a terrifyingly accurate theory. And his proposal for collaborative exploration under controlled conditions. I continued, feeling a cold dread creep up my spine. That sounds like he wants to experiment with it, to tap into it, to harness it. He sounds like Miller, but with scientific jargon, Betty observed grimly. Just as dangerous, if not more so. We need to know where this facility is, I said, and what kind of research he's conducting, and if he plans to approach Widow's Peak directly. He asked to meet, Clara pointed out. This is your chance, Sarah, to get close to gather information, but it's incredibly dangerous. He's already operating with a dangerous level of knowledge. I'll agree to meet, I decided, my resolve hardening. But on my terms, in a public place well known where I can assess him without immediate risk, and I'll have an escape plan. I need to know what he's really after and how much he truly understands. I drafted a polite reply, agreeing to a meeting but suggesting a well-populated cafe in a nearby town, citing a preference for a neutral environment for a sensitive discussion. I emphasized the need for discretion and respect for local traditions and environmental concerns. My goal was to project an image of a discerning artist, open to new ideas but cautious and protective of her inspiration. Dr. Eris Thorne accepted. The meeting was set for 2 days later. The next 48 hours were a blur of intense preparation. We meticulously planned every detail. Betty, using her network of small-town connections, discreetly gathered intelligence about any new research facilities in the area or any unfamiliar faces. Clara, meanwhile, intensified her focus on the monolith's subtle energies, trying to gauge any shifts, any new whispers that might indicate increased activity, either from the monolith itself or from Thorne's proximity. I studied old maps, satellite images, trying to locate any secluded buildings or compounds that might fit the description of a research facility. My paranoia was at an all-time high. I double-checked my car, ensuring it was in perfect working order, and planned multiple escape routes from the chosen cafe. I even bought a small, discreet audio recorder, intending to capture our conversation. Clara, drawing on her experience, gave me advice on how to subtly shield my thoughts, how to resist any potential mental influence, however subtle. Don't let him into your mind, Sarah, she urged. Keep your intentions guarded, project curiosity but not vulnerability. And if you feel anything, any strange pull, any unusual calm, any sense of being manipulated, get out immediately. Betty provided me with a small, old-fashioned silver locket, similar to Emily's but containing a dried sprig of local mountain sage. My grandmother gave me this, she explained. Said it wards off bad spirits, probably nonsense, but it might give you a bit of peace of mind. I accepted it, feeling a strange comfort from the small, unassuming charm. The day of the meeting arrived, overcast and chilly. I drove to the designated cafe in the bustling small town of Oakhaven, about an hour from Whispering Pines. It was a popular spot, full of chatter and the aroma of coffee, exactly what I needed to feel relatively safe. I arrived early, securing a corner table with a clear view of the entrance. I ordered a tea, trying to appear nonchalant, my heart thrumming a nervous rhythm against my ribs. I wore sensible clothes, nothing that would draw attention, but still projecting the image of a thoughtful artist. The silver locket, a tiny weight against my sternum, felt surprisingly reassuring. Precisely at the agreed time, a man entered the cafe. He was tall, impeccably dressed in smart casual wear with an air of academic refinement. His hair was streaked with gray, pulled back neatly, and his eyes, behind a pair of stylish spectacles, were piercingly intelligent. He scanned the room, and when his gaze met mine, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. He was Dr. Aris Thorne. He walked directly to my table, his movements precise and confident. "Ms. Hayes, I presume," he asked, his voice calm, cultured with an underlying current of authority. "Dr. Thorne," I replied, extending my hand. His grip was firm, surprisingly cold. He sat down, placing a slim leather briefcase beside his chair. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Your art, particularly Echoes of the Deep, truly is remarkable. It captures a certain resonance that few others even perceive, let alone express so vividly." "I'm merely an artist, Dr. Thorne," I deflected, "interpreting the world as I see it or feel it." He chuckled softly. "And what you feel, Ms. Hayes, is extraordinary. I sense in you a deep connection to the latent energies of the earth, a sensitivity that goes beyond mere observation." His gaze was unnervingly direct, as if he were trying to peer into my very soul. Clara's warning echoed in my mind, "Don't let him into your mind." "My family has lived in these mountains for generations," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "We develop a certain familiarity with the land." "Indeed," he replied, leaning back slightly, assessing me. "And some families, Ms. Hayes, have an even deeper, more ancient connection, a legacy, one might say." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "The Thorne family, for instance, has a long history in these parts, not all of it pleasant, I'm afraid, but all of it ultimately tied to a very specific, unique geological phenomenon." My blood ran cold. He was talking about Silas. He was confirming the connection. "Are you related to Silas Thorne?" I asked, feigning casual curiosity. He smiled, a genuine, if somewhat eerie, smile this time. "My great-great-grandfather, a fascinating figure, a miner like many in his time, but a man of unusual perception. He was the first to truly document the silent ones, as he called them, the entities, the sentients beneath the mountain." "Entities," I repeated, my voice deliberately hesitant, as if the concept was foreign to me. "Yes, a non-corporeal yet profoundly influential consciousness, capable of communicating, of drawing individuals in, of absorbing. He called it the silent ones because that's what it left behind, silent, empty vessels, but the consciousness itself, it consumes, it grows." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, yet his eyes held a fervent, almost fanatic gleam. "And it is awakening, Ms. Hayes. I believe it is reaching a critical threshold of awareness and influence." My heart hammered against the sage locket. He knew everything, or at least enough to be truly terrifying. "And you believe this entity is responsible for the seismic activity you mentioned?" I asked, trying to sound intrigued, not terrified. "Precisely," he said, nodding. "It's a form of expansion. It's pushing outwards, testing the boundaries of its physical containment. The mountain, as robust as it is merely a shell. The true essence of the entity operates on a different plane, a psycho-spiritual plane, and it is beginning to make its presence felt not just in seismic shifts, but in subtle influences on the local populace. A heightened emotional state, a sense of unease, inexplicable dreams, a draw towards the mountains, it's reaching out." "You seem to have studied this extensively, Dr. Thorne," I said, trying to steer him towards his own research, to learn what his controlled conditions entailed. "For decades, Ms. Hayes," he confirmed, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "My family has passed down a legacy of observation, of recording these phenomena. Silas's notes, cryptic as they were, provided the initial clues. His original message, 'The silent ones protect the secret,' was a warning, but also an affirmation of its existence. My own work has expanded upon it. I believe it's a primordial intelligence, an ancient form of consciousness, trapped yet ever-growing. And I believe it holds the key to unimaginable evolutionary leaps for humanity, if properly understood and harnessed." "Harnessed?" I questioned, a knot tightening in my stomach. Miller's greed, now refined by academic ambition. "Indeed," he said, his eyes gleaming. "Imagine the possibilities, Ms. Hayes, not merely gold, a primitive lure, but pure energy, pure consciousness. Imagine if we could tap into that, understand its mechanisms, perhaps even communicate with it on its own terms, unlock the secrets of life, death, existence itself." He pulled a small, sleek tablet from his briefcase and turned it towards me. The screen displayed complex graphs, geological data, and what looked like brainwave patterns, all converging on a specific area, Widow's Peak. My seismic sensors indicate an increasing rate of low-frequency tremors concentrated beneath the mountain. And my neuropsychic readings, collected from willing participants in my facility, show a corresponding increase in alpha and theta brainwave activity, even from miles away, particularly in individuals with higher levels of sensitivity. Your sister, Ms. Hayes, is one such individual. Her recent recovery from trauma, her unique artistic expression, it suggests a powerful resonance. My blood ran cold. He knew about Clara. He had been monitoring her. "How do you know about my sister?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. He gave me a condescending smile. Ms. Hayes, in the pursuit of profound truths, one learns to observe. Your sister's disappearance, its official resolution, your sudden return to the area, your subsequent artistic output, these are not coincidences for a trained observer. Furthermore, my remote sensing capabilities have a wider reach than you might imagine. I have been following the anomalies in Whispering Pines for some time. He was effectively telling me he had been spying on us. He had likely watched us, listened to us, perhaps even felt our efforts to contain the entity. The anonymity of his email was a calculated move to draw me out, to confirm his suspicions. My research facility, he continued, as if reading my thoughts, is located in a remote, private valley not far from here. It's equipped with advanced resonance chambers, psychosensory analysis tools, and containment protocols. I believe with your unique insights and your sister's remarkable sensitivity, we could accelerate our understanding. You both have experienced its direct influence. That kind of first-hand data is invaluable. And what do you propose? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. That we willingly return to that place, to an entity that tried to consume my sister. Not to the core, not initially, he clarified, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. My methods are far more refined than the crude, exploitative attempts of past generations. We would begin with remote interaction, resonance-based communication. We would study its energy signature, its influence on biological systems, its cognitive patterns. And yes, he admitted, his voice hardening slightly, eventually a controlled approach to its physical manifestation, to its source. You want to manipulate it, I stated, not a question. I want to understand it, he corrected, though the distinction felt negligible. To unlock its potential, to control its expansion rather than be consumed by it. Imagine, Ms. Hayes, if we could harness that primordial energy not just for power, but for healing, for insight, for transforming human consciousness itself. It would usher in a new era for humanity. His vision was seductive, terrifying. It echoed the same promises the monolith whispered, albeit filtered through a scientific, seemingly benevolent lens. But I had seen its true face. I had seen Miller's end. And what happens if you fail? I challenged. If this entity is too powerful to be harnessed, if it turns your controlled conditions into its own means of escape. His smile vanished, his eyes narrowed, suddenly cold. Failure, Ms. Hayes, is not an option. The alternative is far more dire. If this entity achieves full autonomy, full consciousness, it will not merely expand within the mountain. It will seek to integrate with the entire planetary ecosystem. It will consume, it will absorb, it will reshape reality according to its own ancient alien will. That, Ms. Hayes, is why my work is essential. I am not simply curious. I am attempting to prevent an existential threat. The cafe chatter, the aroma of coffee, faded into background noise. His words were a chilling confirmation of Clara's deepest fears. It wasn't just a localized threat, it was a potential world-ending catastrophe. And he believed he was the only one who could stop it. Dr. Thorne's words hung in the air, cold and heavy, stripping away the mundane cafe chatter. He wasn't just a threat. He was a mirror, reflecting our own deepest fears back at us, twisted by a dangerous ambition. His claim of preventing an existential threat was a chilling echo of our own mission, but his proposed solution was anathema to everything we had fought for. An existential threat, I repeated, forcing my voice to sound analytical rather than panicked. You believe this entity could truly jeopardize humanity? Thorne leaned back, a flicker of something akin to grim satisfaction in his eyes. Ms. Hayes, for centuries, indigenous cultures have whispered of ancient intelligences beneath the earth, entities that absorb and reshape life. My great-great-grandfather Silas observed it directly. He saw the change in people, the way their minds became porous. He witnessed the early stages of its expansion. What do you think happened to those he called the silent ones? They weren't merely consumed, they were integrated. Their consciousness became part of a larger, alien intelligence. An intelligence that, if allowed to reach its full potential, could absorb all sapient life on this planet, leaving behind a silent, uniform consciousness devoid of individuality. He paused, letting the weight of his statement sink in. The horrifying vision he painted was stark, vivid, and terrifyingly plausible given what I had witnessed. Miller, the Guardians, the hollowed-out look in their eyes. My research indicates that this entity feeds on specific neurological frequencies, Thorne continued, tapping a finger on his tablet screen where the brainwave patterns glowed. It uses them as a form of energy, a pathway for its influence. Emotional intensity, particularly fear, greed, and the powerful yearning of love, act as beacons. It draws them in, strengthens itself, then expands. The whispers your sister experienced are merely the initial phase of its psychological manipulation. I remembered Clara's words. It draws on love, on attachment, on a desire to connect. It whispers promises of reunion, of knowing, of understanding, and then it ensnares. Thorne's scientific jargon was simply a different language for the same horrifying truth. And your solution is to harness this entity, I asked, trying to keep my voice from betraying my disgust. To understand its mechanics, Thorne corrected, his voice firm. To find a way to sever its connection, to disrupt its feeding patterns, or failing that, to redirect its energies. Imagine if we could develop a counter-frequency, a shield against its influence, or perhaps use its own energy against itself to contain it permanently or even dismantle it. He leaned forward again, his voice dropping. My facility is designed for precisely this. It's an advanced bioresonance laboratory, equipped to study and interact with the entity on a quantum level. With your sister's unique sensitivity and your first-hand experience, Ms. Hayes, you both represent an unparalleled opportunity to advance this critical research. He wasn't asking for help, he was making a demand veiled by academic appeal. He saw us as specimens, data points for his dangerous experiments. My sister is still recovering from her ordeal, Dr. Thorne, I said, my voice now laced with a protective edge. She won't be participating in any experiments, and neither will I. His smile faded entirely. His eyes behind the spectacles hardened. Ms. Hayes, this is not a request that I am making lightly. The seismic activity beneath Widow's Peak is increasing. The entity is becoming more active, more forceful in its reach. It will not simply lie dormant because you wish it to. You and your associates may have sealed a physical entrance, but you have merely delayed the inevitable. You have effectively locked a growing threat inside a cage, but that cage is beginning to vibrate from within. If we don't understand it, if we don't develop a means to truly neutralize it, it will break free. And when it does, your small town, your mountains, will be merely the first stepping stone to a planetary catastrophe. His urgency was palpable, almost convincing. He truly believed he was humanity's last hope. But his means, his cold, calculated approach to a primordial horror felt inherently wrong, echoing the very hubris that had led to so many tragedies in Whispering Pines. What if your neutralization efforts only empower it further? I countered, thinking of Miller's fate. What if your containment protocols are simply another lure for it to absorb and learn from? He regarded me for a long moment, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze, perhaps frustration, perhaps a calculated assessment of my resistance. A valid concern, Ms. Hayes, but one that can only be answered through rigorous scientific inquiry. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye to hope that ignorance will be a shield. That approach, I believe, is precisely why my great-great-grandfather's warnings were ignored, and why this entity has been allowed to fester and grow for generations. Silas Thorne left a warning to protect the secret, not to unearth it for experimentation, I stated, remembering the tattered note. He also left a cryptic message about the Silent Ones, Ms. Hayes, Thorne replied smoothly, and a detailed, if fragmented, journal of his observations. He knew its power, he feared it, and I, his descendant, now have the tools and the understanding to act where he could not, to fulfill his legacy, not merely to observe but to intervene. He picked up his briefcase. I understand your reservations, Ms. Hayes. The events you witnessed were undoubtedly traumatic, but the gravity of the situation transcends personal comfort. I am inviting you to be part of a solution, a truly monumental endeavor. Think on it. The facility is secure, isolated. I will leave you with my contact information. I sincerely hope you will reconsider, for the sake of Whispering Pines and indeed for all of us. He pushed a small, elegantly printed card across the table. It bore his name, his title, Director, Primordial Resonance Institute, and an encrypted email address and phone number. I have much to consider, Dr. Thorne, I said, picking up the card, my fingers trembling slightly. He nodded, a tight, polite smile on his face. Indeed, time, however, is a luxury we may not possess. The mountain stirs, Ms. Hayes, and with it something ancient awakens. With that, he rose, gave a curt nod, and strode out of the cafe, leaving me alone with the buzzing silence of his words and the unsettling glow of his business card. My tea was cold, my appetite gone. I immediately called Clara, my hands still shaking as I relayed the conversation. He knows everything, Clara, I whispered into the phone, huddled in a corner of the cafe bathroom away from eavesdropping ears. About us, about the ceiling, about your sensitivity. He's been monitoring the area, the seismic activity. He even mentioned your art, Echoes of the Deep, as evidence of your resonance. A sharp gasp came from the other end. He's been watching me, Sarah. This is worse than we thought. He believes he can harness it, control it, I continued, recounting his existential threat and planetary catastrophe warnings. He thinks he's saving humanity. He wants us to join him in his Primordial Resonance Institute for research. No, Clara's voice was fierce. Never. He'll make the same mistakes, just with more sophisticated equipment. He'll feed it, Sarah. He'll give it exactly what it wants: access, study, conscious interaction. It will consume him, and then it will be stronger than ever. I know, I said, my mind racing. But he's convinced the mountain won't hold it forever. He said it's vibrating from within. He spoke of neuropsychic readings from willing participants at his facility. He's already experimenting. We need to find this facility, Clara said, her voice tight with urgency, before he does something irreversible. I'll drive back to the cabin now, I told her. We need to strategize. We need Betty. The drive back to Whispering Pines felt longer than usual. The familiar winding roads and towering pines now seemed to hold a sinister air. Every shadow felt like a lurking observer, every distant hum a vibration from the awakening entity. The sage locket felt heavy against my chest, a small, fragile barrier against a vast, insidious threat. When I arrived at Clara's cabin, Betty was already there, her face a mask of worry. Clara was pacing, her eyes bright with a mixture of fear and fierce resolve. Her painting, Echoes of the Deep, still on the easel, seemed to thrum with a palpable energy. I recounted the entire conversation in detail, including Thorne's ominous warnings about the mountain's instability and the entity's growing influence. Primordial Resonance Institute, Betty repeated, her brow furrowed. I tried to ask around, Sarah, but nobody in town knows of any such place. No new research facility, no strange compounds being built. He said it was in a remote, private valley, I supplied, pulling out a large, detailed topographic map of the region I had brought from my car. He's being discreet. We spread the map on Clara's kitchen table, a beacon of light in the deepening twilight. The cabin felt like our war room, a small island of sanity against a growing tide of madness. A private valley, Clara murmured, tracing a finger across the intricate lines of the map. There are several isolated valleys in the deeper reaches of the national forest, far from established roads. Some are only accessible by old logging tracks or even off-road trails. My father used to take me to a few of them for sketching trips. He warned me they were remote. We need to pinpoint its location, I said, my finger hovering over the map. If he's experimenting, if he's already got willing participants, he's a direct threat. We need to disrupt him before he unleashes something he can't control. Betty, ever practical, pointed to a cluster of contour lines on the map. There's a deep canyon system here east of Widow's Peak known as Shadow's End. It's incredibly remote, cut off by steep ravines and dense forest. Old-timers used to say it was haunted. No one goes there anymore. If I were setting up a secret research facility, that's where I'd go. Shadow's End, Clara repeated, her eyes distant. I remember that name. My father told me stories. Miners used to avoid it, said the earth there was thin, that the ground felt alive. The description fit Thorne's activities perfectly. A place of hidden energies, of ancient reputation. I'll start looking for satellite imagery of that area, I declared, pulling out my laptop. Any recent construction, any unusual energy signatures, anything out of place. Clara, meanwhile, closed her eyes, focusing. She placed her hands flat on the table, her brow furrowed in concentration. I can feel a faint pulse, a very subtle hum distinct from the monolith's own energy, she whispered, her voice strained. It's like an artificial resonance, a focused energy field. It's coming from that direction. She pointed towards the area Betty had identified on the map. My blood ran cold. Thorne's Primordial Resonance Institute was real, and it was active. We can't just walk in there, Betty warned, her voice grim. He's clearly prepared, security no doubt, and if he thinks we're a threat to his critical research. He might be under the monolith's influence himself, Clara interjected, opening her eyes. He speaks of harnessing it, but that could just be a delusion the entity has fed him, a sophisticated lure disguised as scientific ambition. The thought was chilling, a brilliant mind twisted into serving the very thing it sought to control. It was the same insidious pattern we had seen with Miller, but on a grander, more terrifying scale. We need more information before we can act, I said, turning to my laptop. If I can find out what kind of energy he's using, what his security looks like, we might have an advantage. For the next few hours, we hunched over the map and laptop, a silent vigil against an unseen enemy. I cross-referenced old logging maps with geological surveys, trying to find any hidden roads or trails that might lead to Shadow's End. Betty used her local knowledge to recall any old tales or obscure landmarks in the vicinity. Clara continued her mental sensing, providing subtle shifts in the artificial resonance she detected. Finally, after hours of fruitless searching, I found it. A faint, almost imperceptible dirt track, barely visible on a high-resolution satellite image, snaking through the dense forest towards the heart of Shadow's End. And at the end of the track, a cluster of buildings, surprisingly modern, surrounded by a high fence. There were unusual arrays of antennas and what looked like energy conduits extending from the main structure. There, I breathed, pointing to the screen. That has to be it, the Primordial Resonance Institute. The images revealed a sleek, almost brutalist complex of buildings, nestled deep in the valley. The facility was designed for containment and research, a stark contrast to the wild, untouched beauty of the surrounding forest. It's heavily fortified, Betty observed, leaning closer. Motion sensors, perimeter cameras, a high-voltage fence. He's not taking any chances. He believes he's protecting humanity from an existential threat, Clara reminded us grimly. From his perspective, we might be the ones who are naive or even dangerous for wanting to keep the entity buried. We need to get inside, I declared, a new resolve hardening my voice. We need to see what he's doing, what he's built, and if he's truly close to unleashing it. And how do we do that, Sarah? Betty asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. This isn't just breaking into an old mine anymore. This is a high-tech facility run by a man who knows exactly what he's doing. He thinks he knows what he's doing, Clara corrected, a new spark of defiance in her eyes. But he doesn't understand the entity's true nature. He sees it as a force to be controlled, a scientific puzzle. But it's more than that. It's insidious, it's manipulative, and it will use his ambition against him. A daring, dangerous plan began to form in my mind. It was reckless, but it was the only way I could think of to get close enough, to understand enough to stop him. He invited me, Clara, I said, looking from my sister's determined face to Betty's worried one. He wants my insights. He wants Clara's sensitivity. He wants us to become his willing participants. What if we play along? What if we pretend to consider his offer? Clara's eyes widened. Sarah, that's incredibly dangerous. You'd be walking straight into his trap. He could try to influence you just like the monolith did. But it's our best chance to learn his methods, to understand his research, to find a weakness in his system, I countered. He clearly underestimates us. He sees us as artists, as locals with a sensitivity, not as agents capable of thwarting his plans. We can use that. We can use his ego against him. Betty chewed her lip, her gaze fixed on the satellite image of the fortified compound. He's a smart man, Sarah, and he's armed with a dangerous amount of knowledge. You'd need to be incredibly careful. One wrong move and he could expose you, or worse. Clara can guide me, I insisted. Her sensitivity is our greatest weapon. She can feel the entity's presence, the artificial resonance of his facility. She can warn me if his influence grows too strong, if I'm in immediate danger. And Betty, you can be our eyes and ears on the outside. You know these mountains better than anyone. You can monitor the access points, be ready to intervene if something goes wrong. It was a desperate gamble, but the alternative, allowing Thorn to continue his experiments unchecked, potentially unleashing the monolith upon the world, was unthinkable. I'll agree to meet him again, I decided, a cold knot of dread and resolve forming in my stomach. I'll tell him I'm interested, but that I need to see the facility first to understand the controlled conditions he spoke of. I'll make it clear that Clara is still too fragile, but I'm willing to explore the possibilities myself. That will give me an excuse to get inside, to gather intelligence. Clara looked at me, her expression grim. If you go, Sarah, you need to understand the risks. This isn't just about information gathering. It's about resisting direct psychological manipulation. The entity through Thorn will try to ensnare you. It will promise knowledge, power, understanding. It will try to exploit your fears, your hopes. I'll be careful, I promised, holding her gaze. I've faced it before, I know its tricks, and I'll have you guiding me from afar. Betty, after a long moment of contemplation, finally nodded. All right, Sarah, if you're going to do this, we're with you, but we need a plan, a detailed plan, every contingency, every escape route, every signal. For the next few days, we meticulously planned my infiltration. I crafted a carefully worded email to Thorn, expressing a cautious interest in his work, but emphasizing my need for transparency and a personal tour of his facility to ensure ethical and safe practices. I positioned myself as an intellectual, an artist intrigued by the intersection of science and ancient energies, but also a protector of the natural world. Thorn's reply was immediate, almost gleeful. He welcomed my open-mindedness and enthusiastically agreed to a personal tour. He scheduled it for 3 days later at dawn, emphasizing the need for discretion and a quiet approach to the facility. Dawn, Clara mused, a shiver running through her. That's when the veil between worlds is thinnest, when the ancient energies are most potent. We packed a discreet backpack for me, a small, high-resolution camera disguised as a pen, a voice recorder, a first aid kit, and a communication device I had modified to transmit short, encrypted bursts of data to Clara and Betty at predetermined intervals. Betty gave me another, larger pouch of dried sage, which I placed deep inside my pocket. Betty, meanwhile, prepared her own role. She would stay at her diner, maintaining her normal routine, but her pickup truck would be packed with emergency supplies, ready to drive at a moment's notice. She would also discreetly spread word in town that I was taking a short artist's retreat to an undisclosed location to explain my absence. Clara's role was the most critical and the most dangerous. She would remain at the cabin, her mind focused, attuned to my presence in the subtle energies of Shadow's End. She would be my eyes, my ears, my internal compass, warning me of any shifts in Thorn's intentions or the monolith's influence. She developed a series of mental anchors for me, visual cues and affirmations we had practiced together, to help me ground myself if I felt the entity's influence. The night before the infiltration, we gathered at Clara's cabin. The air was thick with unspoken tension. We went over the plan one last time, rehearsing every step, every signal, every contingency. Remember, Sarah, Clara said, her voice soft but firm, he'll try to get inside your head. He'll make it sound logical, beneficial, even noble, but his logic is tainted. His ambition is a gateway for the entity. Trust your instincts, trust our connection. And if it goes south, Betty added, her eyes grim, you hit that emergency signal, no heroics. Your life is more important than any secret. I nodded, feeling the weight of their trust and the immense danger of the task ahead. I spent a restless night, haunted by visions of Miller, by Thorne's cold, intellectual ambition, by the chilling possibility of an awakening, consuming entity. Dawn arrived, gray and cold, painting the mountains in muted hues. I drove Clara's sturdy old SUV, leaving my own car at her cabin, making my way towards the eastern edge of Whispering Pines, where the old logging roads began to penetrate the deeper wilderness. The journey was long and arduous, the dirt track barely passable, overgrown with thick brush and strewn with rocks. I drove slowly, carefully, my senses on high alert. As I neared Shadow's End, the air grew noticeably colder, even though the sun was now beginning to peek over the distant peaks. A strange quiet descended, the usual birdsong absent. The forest felt older here, more ancient, a palpable sense of primeval energy radiating from the earth. I followed Thorne's instructions, parking the SUV a discreet distance from the facility, hidden among a stand of old-growth pines. I checked my equipment one last time, pen camera, voice recorder, communication device. The sage in my pocket felt warm, a tiny comfort against the encroaching chill. I stepped out of the car, breathing deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, but also a faint metallic tang I couldn't quite identify. And beneath it all, a subtle, rhythmic hum, a low thrum that Clara had described as artificial resonance. Thorne's facility was alive. As I approached the perimeter fence, a silent drone descended from the sky, hovering above me, its single red eye blinking. A disembodied voice, calm and cultured, spoke from hidden speakers. "Welcome, Ms. Hayes. Dr. Thorne has been expecting you. Please proceed to the main gate for authorization." I followed the drone's silent escort, walking towards the imposing steel gate that guarded the entrance to the Primordial Resonance Institute. The fence was indeed high voltage, a faint crackle of electricity in the air. Security cameras, almost invisible against the dark metal, tracked my every move. The gate slid open silently, revealing a paved driveway leading to the main complex. Dr. Thorne stood waiting for me, impeccably dressed, a faint, expectant smile on his face. "Ms. Hayes," he greeted, extending a hand. His grip was as firm and cold as before. "Thank you for coming. I believe you've made a wise decision." "I'm here to observe, Dr. Thorne," I clarified, keeping my voice neutral, "and to understand, not to commit." He chuckled softly. "Fair enough. My facility and my work speaks for itself. Come, let me show you what we've achieved here." He led me through the gate, which slid shut behind us with a solid thud. The drone ascended, disappearing into the sky. We walked across a manicured lawn towards the main building, a stark, windowless concrete structure that seemed to absorb all light and sound. "This facility is entirely self-sufficient," Thorne explained, his voice echoing slightly in the strange quiet. "Powered by a combination of geothermal and solar energy, insulated from all external interference, a true sanctuary for critical research." As we entered the main building, the faint metallic tang in the air grew stronger and the artificial resonance intensified. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was unsettling, a constant vibration that felt like it was subtly altering my own internal frequency. I sent a quick prearranged signal to Clara, confirming my entry. The interior was pristine, sterile, and eerily quiet. Long, stark white corridors stretched out, illuminated by cool artificial light. The walls hummed faintly. We passed several closed doors, each marked with cryptic symbols and alphanumeric codes. I tried to surreptitiously use my pen camera, but the light was too poor in some sections, and I didn't want to be too obvious. "My research staff are highly specialized," Thorne explained, gesturing to a closed door. "They're focused on specific aspects of the entity's energy signature, neurofrequency mapping, bioacoustic analysis, quantum entanglement studies, all designed to fully comprehend and eventually control the primordial consciousness." "Control," I repeated, feigning skepticism. "That's a bold claim, Dr. Thorne." He smiled, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "Not as bold as it sounds, Ms. Hayes. The entity is powerful, yes, but it is also predictable in its patterns. Like any complex system, it operates on a set of fundamental principles. We are simply decoding those principles. We believe we are close to identifying the precise frequency that governs its influence, the master key, so to speak." He led me into a large circular chamber. The air here was even colder, and the metallic tang was almost overpowering. In the center of the room stood a massive, dark, crystalline structure, vaguely pyramidal in shape, surrounded by a complex array of pulsating lights, wires, and what looked like a containment field. It wasn't the monolith itself, I realized, but a representation, a focal point. "This is our primary resonance chamber," Thorne announced, his voice filled with reverence. "This crystal structure is composed of minerals extracted from deep within the Widow's Peak area, carefully selected for their unique conductive properties. It acts as a receiver and transmitter, allowing us to interact with the entity's energy signature without direct physical contact with the primary source." My heart pounded. This was it. This was his direct connection to the monolith. "We feed it specific frequencies," Thorne continued, gesturing to a control panel, where a dizzying array of screens displayed flashing data and complex waveforms. "We monitor its responses, We observe its influence on various biological and psychological subjects. Subjects, I asked, my voice tight. What kind of subjects? Thorne's face remained impassive. Willing participants, Ms. Hayes, individuals who understand the gravity of our mission and wish to contribute to humanity's future. We also conduct controlled experiments with less complex organisms to map its biological impact. My stomach churned. This was far more sophisticated than Miller's crude greed. Thorne was a scientist, driven by a perverse sense of duty, using cutting-edge technology to prod and provoke an ancient evil. He was effectively creating a direct, artificial pathway for the monolith's influence. Does it respond? I asked, trying to keep my questions focused on his methodology, not my horror. Oh, indeed, Thorne said, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Its responses are subtle but measurable. We've observed fluctuations in its energy signature, localized seismic tremors correlating with specific frequency injections, and even rudimentary forms of communication. We're working on decoding its intent. Communication, the word echoed Clara's earlier fears. Thorne wasn't just observing, he was actively engaging with the entity. And what is its intent, Dr. Thorne? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He turned to me, his eyes gleaming with a strange, almost manic intensity. To expand, Ms. Hayes, to consume, to integrate. It is a primordial alien intelligence driven by an instinct for propagation, and we are its next target, unless we find a way to stop it by understanding and ultimately controlling it. I felt a sudden, profound chill, a whisper not in my ears but directly in my mind, a subtle suggestion, a feeling of vastness, of immense power, of ultimate understanding. It wasn't malevolent, not yet. It was alluring, promising peace, knowledge, a dissolving of individual fears into a greater, unified consciousness. Clara's warning echoed, it will try to ensnare you. It will promise knowledge, power, understanding. I pressed my fingers against the sage locket in my pocket, trying to ground myself, to push back against the insidious mental suggestion. Thorne was right, this was a psycho-spiritual plane, and I was standing in its direct line of fire. We also have a more direct interaction chamber, Thorne said, his voice cutting through the mental hum. For when we require a more nuanced engagement, perhaps you would be interested. My heart pounded. This was my chance to see the true extent of his madness, and perhaps to find a way to shut it down. Show me, I said, forcing a calm into my voice that I didn't feel. He led me out of the main resonance chamber, through another series of sterile corridors, and into a smaller, heavily shielded room. In the center of this room was a reclining chair equipped with a complex neurointerface helmet and numerous physiological monitors. The walls were lined with sound-dampening panels, and a faint, rhythmic pulse thrummed from unseen speakers. This is our controlled interaction chamber, Thorne explained, gesturing to the chair. Here, a willing participant can directly interface with the entity's projected consciousness, under strict monitoring and containment protocols. We use a proprietary neural frequency modulator to enhance receptivity, allowing for deeper, more meaningful engagement. My gaze fell on a clear glass observation window in the far wall. On the other side, in a dimly lit antechamber, sat a man. He was strapped into a similar chair, his head encased in a neurointerface helmet, his eyes open but vacant. His body twitched faintly, almost imperceptibly, and a thin line of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly lost, utterly consumed. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. Thorne glanced at the man, a dismissive look on his face. One of our early participants. He showed immense promise, a remarkable sensitivity. Unfortunately, his mental resilience was not quite sufficient for the depths of the connection. He became over-integrated, but his data was invaluable. Over-integrated, he meant consumed. This wasn't just scientific inquiry, it was human experimentation. Thorne was creating more silent ones, just like the monolith had. A surge of pure, cold rage coursed through me, eclipsing the subtle mental whispers. This man, in his sterile, scientific hubris, was doing exactly what we had fought so hard to prevent. He was actively feeding the entity, providing it with new consciousness to absorb, new pathways to expand. "This is monstrous, Dr. Thorne," I said, my voice low and venomous. "You are not preventing an existential threat, you are facilitating it. You are sacrificing lives for your twisted ambition." Thorne's calm facade finally cracked. His eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening. "You clearly do not understand the stakes, Ms. Hayes. Personal sacrifice is a necessity when the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. This man gave his mind, yes, but his data will save millions, perhaps billions. His legacy will be enshrined in our ultimate victory over this primordial evil." "There is no victory when you become the very evil you claim to fight," I retorted, taking a step closer to the observation window, my gaze fixed on the broken man. "Your sentimentality is a weakness, Ms. Hayes," Thorne said, his voice now devoid of its cultured charm, replaced by steely coldness. "It is precisely why you and your sister could never truly understand the science. You cling to primitive notions of good and evil when we are dealing with pure amoral consciousness. The entity is not evil, it simply is. and my job is to ensure its nest does not encompass all of us. The humming in the room intensified and the mental whispers grew louder, more insistent. Join us, peace, understanding, surrender. I felt a dizzying pull, a sense of my own identity beginning to fray at the edges. You're wrong, Thorn, I hissed, clutching the sage in my pocket. It is not amoral, it twists, it deceives, it consumes. It took my sister almost, it took Miller, and it took that man, and it will take you too eventually. You are a puppet just like all the others. His face contorted in a mask of fury. I am no puppet, Ms. Hayes, I am its master. I am the one who will tame it, who will turn its power to humanity's will. At that moment, a blinding flash of green light erupted from the crystalline structure in the main resonance chamber, visible through an open doorway down the corridor. The entire facility vibrated violently. The alarms blared, a piercing, insistent wail. Lights flickered, then died, plunging the corridor into darkness, save for the pulsating green light. Thorn stumbled, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a perverse excitement. It's responding, it's a full-spectrum release, it's never done this before. The mental whispers in my head turned into a deafening roar. Images flashed through my mind. Miller's transformation, the ancient guardians, the gold, the all-encompassing green light that had heralded the entity's consumption. You've unleashed it, you fool, I screamed, pushing past him. Chaos erupted, red emergency lights flickered on, casting long, grotesque shadows, doors hissed open and shut randomly. The facility was groaning, shaking as if an earthquake had struck. I heard shouts, distant screams, the thud of heavy objects falling. I knew with terrifying certainty that Thorn had pushed the entity too far. He had not mastered it, he had woken it, and now it was breaking free. I had to get out, and I had to stop him. My internal comms device crackled. Clara's voice, faint and strained, echoed in my ear. Sarah, I feel it, a massive surge, the mountain is screaming, get out. A searing pain shot through my head as Clara's frantic warning hit me. The mental whispers, previously insidious, now clawed at my mind like talons, trying to rip away my consciousness. The green light intensified, pulsating from the main chamber, washing over the sterile corridors in a sickening alien glow. The entire facility groaned around me, metal twisting, concrete cracking. You've doomed us all, Thorn, I roared, the rage propelling me forward. This wasn't just about escape anymore. It was about stopping him, stopping this nightmare he had so carelessly unleashed. Thorn, stunned and disoriented, merely stared at the chaotic scene, a mix of terror and ecstatic wonder on his face. It's magnificent, he whispered, oblivious to the unfolding disaster. A full-spectrum integration event, it's truly transcending. The floor beneath us buckled. I lost my footing, crashing against the sound-dampening wall. The sage in my pocket dug into my side, a small, earthly anchor against the otherworldly assault. I pushed myself up, my head throbbing, my vision blurring at the edges. Through the observation window, I saw the over-integrated participant. His vacant eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with a brilliant, malevolent green. A guttural scream tore from his throat, a sound not human, but ancient and filled with an unfathomable hunger. He thrashed in the chair, snapping the restraints, his limbs contorting unnaturally. He was no longer a man, he was a conduit, a vessel, brimming with the entity's nascent power. The last remnants of his humanity were being violently purged, absorbed into the collective consciousness of the Silent Ones. Thorn, look, I screamed, pointing to the horrifying scene. He finally tore his gaze from the main chamber, his eyes widening further as he saw his participant transforming. For a fleeting second, I saw fear, genuine, unadulterated terror flash across his face. But then it was replaced by a disturbing glint of understanding, recognition, as if he had always known this was a possibility and had somehow rationalized it as a necessary step. Remarkable, he breathed, a horrifying smile spreading across his face. The first fully realized integration outside the primary source. My theories were correct, the neural pathways are complete. He was truly mad. Blinded by his ambition, by the entity's seductive promises of ultimate knowledge, he couldn't see the horror unfolding before him. He was witnessing his own destruction and celebrating it as a scientific breakthrough. The integrated man in the chamber let out another unearthly shriek, then dissolved. Not into dust or ash, but into a swirling vortex of emerald light that pulsed with immense power. It moved like a conscious entity, swirling and expanding, pressing against the reinforced glass of the observation window. The glass began to crack, spiderwebbing outwards. Get away from the window, I yelled, pulling Thorn backward with all my might. He was surprisingly heavy, resisting me, still mesmerized by the unfolding spectacle. The data, Ms. Hayes, the data, he cried, trying to push me off. This is unprecedented, we must record this. A loud crack reverberated through the room as the glass finally shattered, exploding inwards in a shower of deadly shards. The green vortex surged into our room, a wave of raw, psychic energy that slammed into us. I felt like I was being torn apart from the inside, my very atoms vibrating, my mind screaming. The sage locket felt like a burning coal against my chest, struggling against the entity's overwhelming force. My mental anchors, the images Clara and I had practiced, flashed through my mind: the sturdy cabin, the whispering pines, Clara's calm face. I clung to them desperately, trying to maintain my sense of self. Thorn, caught in the full force of the blast, was thrown against the far wall with sickening force. He hit the ground, a limp, broken heap. His stylish spectacles flew off, and his eyes, now wide and unfocused, stared blankly at the swirling green light. The vortex coalesced, stretching, shifting, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. It was not solid, but seemed to shimmer and pulse like pure consciousness made visible. Two glowing green eyes, ancient and fathomless, appeared in the center of its form, fixed on me. It was the Silent One, the entity, and it was free within the confines of Thorn's Institute. A wave of crushing despair washed over me, a feeling of utter insignificance, of being utterly alone against an unimaginably vast, ancient will. Surrender, Sarah Hayes, a voice echoed in my mind: not Thorn S, not Clara S, but the entity S. Join us, become one, endless knowledge awaits. I fought back, clawing at my own mind, pushing against the seductive promise. My connection to Clara, though faint amidst the chaos, was my lifeline. Her anchors, the simple images, helped me reassert my individuality. The entity was powerful, but it still sought to seduce, to consume, rather than merely obliterate. It needed a willing mind, even if that will was subtly broken. I scrambled away from the growing manifestation, my eyes darting around for an escape. The corridor outside was still shuddering, debris falling from the ceiling. Alarms continued to shriek, a futile warning. Thorn stirred, groaning. He pushed himself up, his movements clumsy, his body clearly injured. But his eyes, now fixed on the green entity, held no pain, only that terrifying, vacant wonder. It's perfect, he slurred, a thin stream of blood trickling from his temple. The ultimate evolution. The entity seemed to recognize his words, its glowing form pulsing faster. It reached out, not with physical tendrils, but with shimmering extensions of pure light wrapping around Thorn. He didn't resist. He smiled, a beatific, empty smile, and then his body began to dissolve, just like his participant, integrating into the swirling green. He became one with the Silent One, his ambition, his intellect, his very essence consumed, adding to its terrifying, growing mass. My blood ran cold. Thorn, the man who believed he could control it, had become its latest meal. His scientific hubris had led him to this ultimate, ironic end. Sarah, get out, the containment fields are failing. Clara's voice, sharp with urgency, pierced through the mental assault. The mountain is tearing itself apart. I turned and ran, adrenaline surging through my veins. The corridors were a maze of collapsing infrastructure, lights flickered, casting disorienting shadows. The air was thick with dust and the metallic tang now acrid and burning. I could hear other screams, other dissolving bodies as the entity spread its influence throughout the facility. Thorn S. willing participants, his staff, they were all being absorbed. I needed to find the main resonance chamber, where the crystalline structure pulsed with that raw, green energy. If I could disable it, perhaps I could sever the entity's primary artificial pathway, slow its expansion. It was a desperate gamble, but it was all I had. I ran back the way Thorn had brought me, dodging falling debris, navigating the dark, swaying corridors. My pin camera was useless now, but my voice recorder was still active, picking up the horrifying sounds of the facility's demise. I sent another rapid burst signal to Clara and Betty, letting them know I was still alive and heading towards the source. No, Sarah, do, Clara cried, her voice laced with fear and a frantic plea. It's too dangerous, just get out. I have to try, Clara, I yelled back, my voice hoarse. He's feeding it, I have to shut down his connection. I burst through a collapsing doorway, arriving back in the circular main resonance chamber. The sight that greeted me stole my breath. The room was bathed in an unholy green glow pulsing from the central crystalline structure. But the structure itself was no longer merely a conduit. It was transforming, shifting, growing. Cracks luminous with green light spread across its surface. The array of pulsating lights, wires, and containment fields around it were sparking violently, failing. The air crackled with immense, untamed energy. And within the swirling light that now enveloped the crystalline form, I could see them. Faces, distorted, silent, empty faces swirling in the emerald haze, the silent ones. The collective consciousness, the absorbed minds, now visible within the entity's manifestation. Among them, I glimpsed a fleeting, horrified vision of Thorn's own face, his eyes wide and vacant, his essence dissolving into the greater whole. The entity was not just reaching out. It was actively trying to manifest a physical form, drawing on the energy from the facility and the earth beneath. My gaze fell on the control panel Thorn had shown me, a dizzying array of screens and buttons. It was sparking, smoking, but still partially functional. I had no idea how to operate it, what combination of frequencies or shutdown sequences could disrupt this terrifying expansion. But I had to try. I stumbled towards the panel, my fingers flying across the cracked and smoking console. I ignored the alarms, the groaning facility, the spectral faces in the green light. I focused solely on finding any button, any switch that looked like an emergency override, a shutdown sequence. As I worked, the entity turned its glowing green eyes towards me. A tendril of pure light, thick with psychic energy, shot out from the crystalline structure, lashing towards me. I ducked, narrowly avoiding it. The tendril struck the control panel, melting metal, causing sparks to fly, but it also inadvertently seemed to activate something. A sequence of lights flashed across one of the screens, followed by a countdown timer. 120 seconds until full resonance integration. Full resonance integration. That sounded like Thorne's worst-case scenario, the entity fully merging with its surroundings, its influence spreading unchecked. I had accidentally triggered a final, desperate failsafe, or perhaps a final acceleration. "Clara, Betty, the main chamber," I screamed into my comms, frantically pushing buttons trying to make sense of the damaged panel. "It's integrating. I think I have 120 seconds to shut it down or it's over." "Sarah, get out of there," Betty's voice roared through the comms, raw with fear and anger. "We're almost there. The road's blocked by a landslide, but we're on foot." "No time," I yelled back, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the controls. The console was alien, designed for a mind far more advanced in its understanding of primordial resonance. My attempts were clumsy, desperate. The entity sent another tendril of light, this one thicker, more forceful. It slammed into my side, throwing me across the room. I hit a metal console, my head cracking against the sharp edge. Pain exploded behind my eyes. I felt blood trickling down my face. My vision blurred, the green light coalescing into a blinding haze. The mental whispers returned, stronger now, almost unbearable. "Resistance is futile, Sarah Hayes. Join us, embrace the infinite." I felt my grip on reality slipping, my individuality dissolving. The faces in the green light seemed to reach out, beckoning me, offering release from the pain, from the fear, from the struggle. I felt the sage locket still warm against my skin. Clara's face, Betty's determined eyes, the memory of Emily, of the terror in her eyes, the quiet strength of Whispering Pines, the people I had sworn to protect. These were my anchors. "Fight," I commanded myself, forcing a surge of defiance through my battered mind. "Fight." With a monumental effort, I pushed myself up, shaking off the daze. The countdown timer on the panel now read 60 seconds. The entire facility was groaning now, truly collapsing. The floor tilted precariously, dust and debris rained down. I stumbled back to the control panel, my hand desperately scanning for any logical sequence, any emergency stop. My eyes fell on a single, red, unlabeled button tucked away beneath a hinged cover. It looked out of place, almost an afterthought, distinct from the complex scientific controls. It was too simple, too obvious. Was it a fail-safe or a trap? I had no other choice. 30 seconds. The entity pulsed, its green light intensifying, the faces within it swirling faster, more urgently. It was close. It was almost fully integrated. I took a deep breath, focusing on Clara's face, on Betty's determination. "Trust your instincts," Clara had said. "Trust our connection." My instinct, primal and desperate, screamed to push that button. I ripped open the cover and slammed my palm down on the red button. For a moment, nothing happened. The green light pulsed, the alarms shrieked, the facility groaned. The countdown timer continued its relentless march, 10-9-8. Then a low, resonant hum began. Not the artificial resonance of the facility, but something deeper, older, emanating from the earth itself. The green light flickered, then dimmed, almost imperceptibly. The faces within it wavered, distorting. 765. The hum intensified, growing into a powerful, earth-shattering roar. The very ground beneath me vibrated violently. The crystalline structure, still encased in the swirling green, began to retract, to shrink, its vibrant glow fading. The faces within it dissolved, fading back into nothingness. 432. The entity let out a piercing, psychic shriek, a sound of pure, ancient agony and rage that ripped through my mind. It was a roar of betrayal, of being denied, of being forcibly pulled back. The tendrils of light lashed out one last time, striking the walls, tearing through metal and concrete. 1-0. The countdown hit 0. And then silence. The green light vanished, plunging the room into darkness, save for the flickering emergency lights. The profound, resonant hum faded, replaced by the continued groaning of the collapsing facility. The air was thick with dust and the stench of ozone. I stood there, gasping for breath, my body aching, my mind reeling. The mental whispers were gone, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. The entity had been withdrawn, pulled back, contained for now. But the facility was still collapsing. My comms crackled back to life. "Sarah, what happened? The surge just vanished. Are you okay?" Clara's voice was filled with a frantic mixture of relief and terror. I don't know," I coughed, tasting blood. I hit a red button, it had pulled it back, but the building's coming down. "Get out, Sarah, now," Betty's voice was sharp, commanding. "We're at the perimeter fence, there's a breach to the west." I turned, stumbling towards the nearest exit, towards the chaos of the outside world, my mission suddenly shifting from containing the entity to simply surviving its aftermath. The building was literally tearing itself apart, Thorn's hubris consumed by the very power he sought to harness. I ran through the collapsing corridors, the screams of the dying echoing in my ears, the memory of Thorn's empty smile burning in my mind. The entity was gone for now, but its shadow, its silent presence, lingered in the very fabric of the crumbling institute. I reached an emergency exit, battered and half-crushed, but still functional. I kicked it open, bursting out into the cold, pre-dawn air. The sight outside was apocalyptic. The sleek, brutalist complex was a ruined, smoke billowing from gaping holes in its side. Sections of the high-voltage fence had buckled, twisted into grotesque shapes. The manicured lawn was scarred with fissures, some glowing with an eerie, residual green light emanating from deep within the earth. I saw Betty's pickup truck in the distance, headlights blazing, pulling up to the western breach in the fence. Clara was out of the truck, waving frantically. "Sarah, over here," she screamed, her voice hoarse. I ran, stumbling, my legs feeling like lead. Debris rained down around me as the main structure of the Primordial Resonance Institute groaned one last, agonizing sigh, then collapsed inwards, sending up a massive cloud of dust and steam. The ground shook with the finality of it. I finally reached the fence, collapsing into Clara's waiting arms. She held me tight, her body shaking. Betty rushed over, her face pale with shock. "Sarah, are you okay? What happened in there?" Betty asked, her hands gently patting me down, checking for injuries. "Thorn, he unleashed it," I gasped, clutching Clara. "He was consumed, the facility, it's gone." I pressed a button, I think I sent it back. Clara pulled away, her eyes wide, scanning the smoking ruins. "I felt it, Sarah, a massive withdrawal like a giant vacuum, but the mountain, it's still unsettled, it's bleeding energy." The ground trembled again, a deep, resonant rumble emanating not from the collapsed institute, but from deeper, from the very core of Widow's Peak. The fissures in the earth surrounding Thorn's facility began to glow with a faint, persistent green light, like veins of alien energy. "It's not over," I whispered, looking from the ruins of Thorn's ambition to the unsettling glow in the earth. "I sent it back, but it's still there. It's just contained again, and now its mark is everywhere." Betty put a hand on my shoulder, her gaze fixed on the glowing fissures. "Then we better make sure it stays contained, for good this time." We helped me into the truck. As Betty reversed, driving us away from the ruins of Shadow's End, I looked back one last time. The one secret valley was now a scar on the earth, a monument to a madman's hubris and an ancient entity's terrifying power. The sun was finally rising, casting the western peaks in a golden glow, a stark contrast to the darkness and destruction we had just witnessed. But even the warmth of the sun couldn't dispel the cold dread that settled deep in my bones. The entity was back in its cage, but the cage itself was weakened. Thorn's experiments, his full resonance integration, had pushed it to the brink. The mountain was stirring, truly stirring. And we were the only ones left to face it. The drive back to Whispering Pines was silent, heavy with unspoken fears and the lingering echo of the entity's psychic scream. I felt physically and mentally drained, bruised and battered, but alive. Thorn was gone, his institute a smoking crater, but the problem, the existential threat, remained. As we neared the outskirts of town, Clara broke the silence. "The hum, Sarah, it's still there, fainter now, but it's in the earth. It feels like the mountain is breathing slowly, deeply." I nodded, feeling it too. The profound, ancient pulse of Widow's Peak, no longer merely a geological phenomenon, but a living, malevolent heart beneath the earth. Betty pulled the truck up to the cabin. The familiar porch light, usually a comforting beacon, now seemed fragile, vulnerable. We entered, the scent of pine and old wood a stark contrast to the metallic tang of Thorn's Institute. "We need to rest," Betty stated, her voice firm. "You need medical attention, Sarah, and then we strategize. This isn't over, not by a long shot." Clara helped me clean my cuts and bruises. As she tended to a gash on my forehead, her touch gentle, I felt a resurgence of resolve. Thorn's failure, his disastrous attempt at control, had given us a terrifying glimpse into the entity's true power and intent. It was not something to be harnessed, but to be truly contained permanently. "The red button," I murmured, my mind replaying the moment. "It wasn't labeled. I wonder what it truly did." Clara paused, her brow furrowed. "I think it reversed the flow. It severed the artificial pathways Thorn created, pulling the entity back to its core, but in doing so, it released a massive amount of concentrated energy. That's why the mountain is resonating so strongly now. It's like a wound bleeding energy into the earth." "So it's stronger now, even if it's back in the monolith?" Betty asked grimly, bringing us mugs of hot tea. I shook my head. "No, not stronger, more active, more agitated. Thorn's experiments poked and prodded it, amplified its reach. The button, it was a forced retreat, a violent contraction. It's like it's recoiling, but also simmering." The image of the spectral faces in the green light flashed in my mind, Thorn's face among them, the silent ones, the collective consciousness. "We need to go back," I said, looking at Clara and Betty, a new chilling plan forming in my mind. Clara's eyes widened. Back to the monolith, Sarah, after what we've seen, it's madness. Not to approach it, not to fight it directly, I clarified, taking a sip of the warm tea, feeling its comforting heat spread through my body. But to understand it, Thorn created an artificial pathway, a conduit. We know it feeds on certain neurological frequencies, on intense emotions. What if we can find a way to starve it, to block those frequencies, to make the area around Widow's Peak inhospitable to its influence? Betty's expression was cautious. How would we do that, Sarah? What kind of frequencies are we talking about? The sage, the locket, I said, clutching the small silver charm around my neck. Betty, your grandmother said it wards off bad spirits. Clara, your paintings, your connection, they don't just sense it, they interpret it. What if there's an ancient knowledge, a way to counter its influence, passed down through generations of those who lived in these mountains, something beyond Thorn's cold science? Clara looked at her painting on the easel, then back at me. A spark of understanding, of recognition, flickered in her eyes. The old ways, the indigenous tribes spoke of certain plants, certain rituals to keep the hungry earth spirits at bay. My father had some old books, some folklore he collected from the elders. Thorn's approach was about control and manipulation, I continued. But what if the true solution isn't about fighting fire with fire or trying to master something that cannot be mastered? What if it's about creating a true, spiritual, energetic containment, a shield woven from the ancient wisdom of the land itself? Betty, ever the pragmatist, was listening intently. You're talking about something beyond science, something almost magical. Thorn's science was a perversion, I countered. It sought to exploit, but there's a different kind of knowledge, a harmonious one, a protective one. The entity has existed for millennia. There must have been methods to coexist, to keep it dormant before Silas Thorn and before Miller, before Eris Thorn began to prod it awake. Clara rose and walked to her bookshelf, pulling out several dusty, leather-bound volumes. My father's collection, she murmured. Stories, legends, botanical guides of the region. He always said the mountains kept their secrets, but sometimes they whisper them to those who listen. We spent the rest of the night poring over the old books, maps, and Clara's own notes. We found cryptic references to earth anchors, spirit wards, and songstones used by ancient peoples to protect their villages from unseen forces. We found detailed drawings of unique plant species indigenous to the Widow's Peak region, some known for their calming properties, others for their ability to purify and shield. It was a daunting task, a desperate last resort, but it offered a glimmer of hope that Thorn's scientific ambition had failed to provide. If we couldn't destroy the entity, we could perhaps encase it, make it truly silent once more, not just physically, but spiritually. There's a legend here, Clara said, tracing a finger over an old, faded drawing of a concentric circle of stones. The Song of the Mountain. It speaks of a specific arrangement of natural elements, imbued with focused intent, capable of calming the agitated earth, of putting malevolent spirits back to sleep. A spiritual containment field, I whispered, the idea resonating deeply within me. Not one built of metal and electricity, but of earth, intention, and ancient wisdom. Betty looked at the drawing, then at us, a flicker of renewed determination in her eyes. All right, so we need to find these specific plants, these song stones, and learn this Song of the Mountain. And we need to do it fast, before the humming turns into something else entirely. The next day we began our final, most dangerous quest. Not to confront the entity with technology, but to commune with the mountain itself, to rediscover the ancient ways of protection. Our small team, armed with old maps, botanical guides, and a desperate hope, set out into the wilderness. We knew the entity was still awake, still restless beneath the mountain. And we knew this was our last chance to put it back to sleep. The search for the ancient wards began immediately. Our first stop was a hidden cave Clara remembered from her father's sketches, rumored to hold song stones. It was a strenuous hike deep into a less-trekked part of the national forest, far from any trails. The air here was thin, carrying the damp scent of moss and ancient earth. The further we went, the more the subtle hum Clara detected seemed to guide us, a delicate thread pulling us deeper into the mountain's embrace. We moved cautiously, our senses heightened. Betty led the way, her knowledge of the terrain invaluable, pointing out faint deer trails and navigating treacherous inclines with ease. Clara walked beside me, her eyes often closed, her hand occasionally reaching out to touch a rock face or an old tree, as if communing with the very spirit of the forest. I kept my own senses open, a constant vigil for any sign of the entity's growing influence, any flicker of the insidious green. The cave mouth was obscured by a thick curtain of ferns and hanging vines, barely visible until Betty pushed them aside. Inside, the air was cooler, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and deeply resonant. Stalactites hung like frozen tears from the ceiling, reflecting the beam of Betty's flashlight in 1,000 tiny prisms. Here, Clara whispered, her voice hushed with reverence. She pointed to a natural alcove deep within the cavern. There, arranged in a rough spiral, were several large, smooth, dark gray stones. They hummed faintly, a vibration I could almost feel in my teeth, distinct from the mountain's restless thrum. These are the song stones, Clara breathed, her hand hovering over one. My father's books mention them. They're naturally resonant, capable of holding and amplifying focused intention. We spent hours in that cave, studying the stones, testing their resonance, trying to understand their purpose. Clara, guided by her sensitivity, found ancient carvings on the cave walls, depicting figures arranged in a concentric circle, hands raised, emitting sound waves towards a central, dark mass. It was a visual representation of the Song of the Mountain, a ritual to calm the earth. It's about intention, Clara explained, tracing one of the carvings. Not just sound, but focused will, a collective vibration to soothe and contain. Our next quest was to find the specific plants mentioned in Clara's father's botanical guides, the earth anchors and spirit wards. These were rare, unique to the Widow's Peak ecosystem, and often grew in highly specific microclimates. We crisscrossed the mountain, using the old maps and Clara's growing attunement to the Earth's energies. Days blurred into a pattern of intense searching and late-night research at the cabin. Betty, always practical, ensured we were well fed and rested, and she meticulously documented our findings, creating a new detailed map marking the locations of the plants and the potential sites for the containment ritual. The closer we got to the entity, the more agitated the mountain became. The faint hum Clara had initially detected was now a low, persistent thrumming, sometimes punctuated by subtle tremors. The glowing green fissures near Thorn's ruins expanded, bleeding a faint, eerie light into the deepening twilight. The air grew heavier, charged with an oppressive energy that made my skin prickle. Sleep was elusive, haunted by vivid, unsettling dreams. One afternoon, as we hiked along a treacherous ridge, a tendril of green mist, almost imperceptible, seemed to drift up from a deep ravine below. It coiled and pulsed, a phantom limb of the entity testing the boundaries. My blood ran cold. The mountain was truly stirring. "It's reaching out," Clara whispered, her face pale. "It feels us, it knows we're here." We pressed on, driven by a growing sense of urgency. We found the earthroot plant, its gnarled roots burrowing deep into the rock, rumored to stabilize chaotic energies. We found the whisper bloom, a delicate, luminescent flower said to purify negative influences. We collected samples carefully, following the ancient instructions for harvesting and preparation, our hands trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. The most challenging discovery was the dreaming vine, a climbing plant with translucent, bell-shaped flowers said to create a veil between worlds. It grew only in a hidden grotto deep within a labyrinthine section of the forest where the old-timers feared to tread. The grotto itself was steeped in a strange, otherworldly silence, the air thick with psychic energy. Clara felt a powerful, unsettling presence there, a nexus of dormant power, both ancient and untamed. We harvested the vines with extreme caution, aware we were encroaching on sacred, dangerous ground. As we gathered our final components, Clara, her eyes fixed on the distant, jagged peak of Widow's Peak, made a chilling observation. The core, Sarah, the entity's presence, it's shifting. It's moving deeper into the mountain, but also reaching outwards. It's like a seed that's pushing its roots through the earth, preparing to sprout. The full resonance integration Thorn had accidentally triggered, then Sarah had reversed, had not merely sent the entity back. It had agitated it, caused it to seek new, perhaps more organic pathways. "We need to perform the ritual," I said, looking at our gathered supplies, the song stones, the dried plants, the detailed maps marking potential energy conduits. "We need to do it now, before it finds a way to truly break free." Betty, who had been listening intently, finally spoke, her voice grave. "The ritual site, where do we do it? The books talk about a place of true alignment, a natural nexus point." Clara pointed to the map, her finger resting on a small, elevated plateau on the eastern slope of Widow's Peak, directly overlooking the main fissure where the monolith was buried. "Here, my father marked it as the Sentinel's Watch. He said it felt like the mountain's heart. It's exposed, but it's the closest we can get to the core without going into the mine." The Sentinel's Watch, the ideal yet most dangerous location. We would be directly in the entity's psychic crosshairs. The night before the ritual, we gathered at the cabin, the collected plants laid out on the table, their faint luminescence casting an ethereal glow. The song stones, cleaned and polished, resonated softly. The air was thick with anticipation. "This ritual isn't about confrontation," Clara reiterated, her voice calm but resolute. "It's about harmony, about reminding the mountain of its true nature of balance. The entity is alien, but the earth is ancient and powerful. We are acting as conduits for that power to reestablish the ancient containment." Betty, for her part, had prepared herself meticulously. She had packed a heavy-duty camping backpack filled with emergency supplies, a satellite phone, and even a hunting rifle, just in case the Earth's spirits get too physical, she'd grumbled, though her eyes held a deeper concern. She had also brought a thermos of strong coffee and a stack of her grandmother's dried sage bundles. "We'll need all our strength, all our focus," I said, looking at both of them. "The entity will resist. It will try to break our concentration to feed on our fear." "Then we give it nothing but courage," Clara replied, meeting my gaze, a newfound strength radiating from her. Her artistic sensitivity, once a vulnerability, was now her greatest weapon. She had learned to channel her empathy, to shield her mind, to become an anchor for both of us. The journey to the Sentinel's Watch began under a moonless sky, stars blazing with cold indifference. The air was frigid still but charged with a palpable tension. The hum from Widow's Peak was no longer subtle. It was a deep, resonant vibration that made the ground beneath our feet tremble. The glowing green fissures in the distance cast an eerie, sickly light across the lower slopes. As we ascended the plateau, the wind picked up, howling through the pines, carrying with it disembodied whispers, insidious suggestions that tried to worm their way into our minds. Turn back, futility, despair. It was the entity testing us, probing our defenses. We ignored it, focusing on our purpose. Betty led the way, ensuring our footing on the loose scree and rocky outcrops. Clara, carrying the songstones, seemed to draw strength from the earth itself, her movements fluid and purposeful. I carried the bundled plants, my heart pounding, but a fierce resolve burning within me. We reached the Sentinel's Watch, a circular clearing atop the plateau, just as the first gray light of dawn began to paint the eastern horizon. The view was breathtaking, terrifying. Below us, the scarred valley of Shadow's End, and beyond it, the colossal, ancient mass of Widow's Peak, its silhouette now tinged with a faint, malevolent green glow emanating from deep within its core. The ground here pulsed with a raw, concentrated energy. It was a place of immense power, a perfect conduit for the ritual, but also a place of immense danger. "All right," Clara said, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the psychic wind. "Let's begin." We followed the ancient instructions. Betty, with her pragmatic strength, helped arrange the songstones in a concentric circle around the center of the clearing, replicating the carvings in the cave. We placed the bundles of earthroot around the outer perimeter, pushing them deep into the soil. The whisperbloom and dreaming vines were meticulously woven into a complex pattern within the circle of stones, creating a visible, tangible representation of a spiritual barrier. As we worked, the entity's presence intensified. The wind howled louder, twisting into visible vortexes of dust and leaves. The whispers in our minds turned into a cacophony of disembodied voices, a thousand tormented thoughts, all designed to sow doubt and fear. Images flashed in my mind: Thorne's empty smile, Miller's contorted face, the silent terror of Emily. Each image was a barbed hook trying to snag my resolve. I focused on Clara, on Betty, on the steady rhythm of our work, on the tangible reality of the stones and plants. My mental anchors, the cabin, the pines, the smell of pine and damp earth, helped me ground myself. The sage in my pocket felt warm, a tiny shield against the growing psychic storm. With the physical components of the ritual in place, we stood within the circle of songstones, facing the towering mass of Widow's Peak. The mountain was now throbbing with a sickening green light, the ground beneath our feet vibrating violently. "Now the song of the mountain," Clara said, her eyes closed, her face illuminated by the eerie glow. "It is not a sound we make with our voices but with our souls, a song of harmony, of protection, of ancient balance." She began to hum, a low, resonant note that seemed to emanate not from her throat, but from deep within her chest, from the very core of her being. It was a pure, unwavering tone, imbued with focused intention. I joined her, adding my own hum, letting my breath carry my will, my desire for containment, for peace. Betty, initially hesitant, closed her eyes and added her own steady, grounding hum, her practical strength translating into unwavering focus. The moment our collective hum began, the entity roared. Not a sound, but a psychic scream that tore through the very fabric of reality, a concentrated wave of pure malevolence that slammed into us. My mind reeled, the whispers became a torrent of furious rage, a crushing weight of alien consciousness trying to overwhelm us, to consume us. The green light intensified, surging from Widow's Peak like a living, malevolent current. The wind whipped into a gale, threatening to tear us from our feet. The songstones vibrated violently, the plants within the circle seemed to wilt under the psychic assault. But we held firm, we clung to each other, our hands clasped, our humming unwavering. Clara's hum, steady and clear, was a beacon. My own, fueled by years of pushing back against the monolith's influence, was a shield. Betty's, grounded in the earth itself, was an anchor. We were not fighting it with force, but with stillness. We were not confronting it with ambition, but with harmony. We were not seeking to control it, but to re-establish the balance, to remind it of its place beneath the earth. The humming became a single, resonant chord, echoing off the ancient rocks, penetrating the very core of the mountain. It was a sound of deep, powerful truth, a counter-frequency to the entity's chaotic presence. The dreaming vines, which had been wilting, suddenly glowed with a faint, silvery light, their bell-shaped flowers ringing with an almost inaudible chime, creating the veil between worlds. The whisperbloom pulsed with soft, purifying light, absorbing the psychic static. The earthroot, deep in the soil, vibrated with a steady, grounding strength. The green light from Widow's Peak flickered, then dimmed. The psychic roar softened to a desperate wail, then to a frustrated hiss, then finally to a long, receding sigh. The wind died down, the dust settled. The whispers in our minds faded, replaced by a profound, deep silence. We continued to hum, a gentle, sustained vibration for what felt like an eternity, ensuring the containment held. Finally, Clara slowly opened her eyes, her face exhausted but radiant. "It's done," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "The song is sung, the mountain remembers." The oppressive metallic tang in the air was gone, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of pine and damp earth. The ground beneath our feet was still, the violent tremors replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible pulse like a deep, rhythmic heartbeat, the true heartbeat of the mountain now calm, truly dormant. The green glow from Widow's Peak had vanished. The fissures which had bled light were now merely scars on the earth, dark and inert. The entity was truly silent, contained, not destroyed perhaps, but sealed away once more beneath a powerful, ancient veil woven from the land itself. We stood there for a long time, exhausted but filled with a profound sense of peace. The rising sun finally crested the horizon, bathing the mountain in warm, golden light. It was a new dawn, a cleansing light after a long, terrifying night. We made our way back down the mountain, leaving the ritual circle to stand as a silent guardian. The descent was quiet, peaceful. The entity's lingering influence was gone, replaced by the natural sounds of the forest, birdsong, the rustle of leaves, the gentle murmur of a stream. As we reached Betty's truck parked near the edge of the wilderness, Clara turned and looked back at Widow's Peak, now standing majestically in the sunlight, its secrets once again veiled. "It will take time," she said, her voice soft. "The mountain will heal, and the entity it is bound now, deeper than before. The ancient ways are powerful." Betty, ever pragmatic, nodded. "Well, I'd say we earned a stack of pancakes and maybe a very long nap." She winked, but her eyes, though tired, held a deep respect and relief. I looked at my sister, then at Betty, my two unlikely companions, artists and diner owners, who had faced down an ancient evil and won, not with science or brute force, but with something far more profound: connection, intention, and an unwavering belief in the unseen wisdom of the world. We drove back to Whispering Pines in a comfortable silence, leaving the trauma of Thorne's facility, of Miller's madness, of the entity's hungry reach behind us. The road felt different now, lighter. The town, nestled peacefully in the valley, seemed to gleam under the morning sun. Our lives would never be the same. The scars of our encounter with the monolith would remain, a reminder of the vast, terrifying mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface of our reality. But we had faced them, and we had found a way to protect our home, not by conquering, but by understanding and respecting the ancient balance. The painting, echoes from the deep, still on Clara's easel, now seemed less ominous, more like a window into a dormant past. The greens were muted, the swirling shadows receded. It was a testament to what we had faced and what we had overcome. We had put the entity back to sleep, and in doing so we had awakened something in ourselves. The whispers of the mountain would always be there, but now we knew how to listen, and we knew how to guard its silence. Our story was far from over, but this chapter, this terrifying brush with the primordial, had come to a satisfying, if watchful, peace. We were the new guardians of Whispering Pines, bound not by fear, but by a quiet, fierce resolve to keep the silence and the secrets of Widow's Peak.